we go. We are live on Pop Culture Breakdown. Welcome, everyone. I am Dictor Van Doomcock, future ruler of Earth and drunk, too. Why am I drunk? Well, I'm drunk because of the sheer amount of suck that we have to deal with today. I mean, Jesus Lord. We are backed up a week of insane levels of suck, and then we had suck piled on top of the backed up suck. And of course, everyone hopefully knows the reason why we were absent last week. It was because of the loss of our friend and partner, Mike Alonza, the YouTuber known as Clobberin Time. We will have a little bit of a tribute at the end of the show for him, for Clobby, as he was known among his friends. But I do not want to diffuse the enormous amount of anger and rage that we are feeling and are pent up here over 2 episodes of fucking Doctor Who and 2 episodes of The Acolyte. Dear God in heaven, I can't remember a week when we've had more concentrated suck than we have tonight. So that's why I had to drink. That's why I'm drunk. And that's why we are here today, my friends. We're going to tackle all of this shit. And we will pay tribute to our fallen brother, Clobby, at the end of this show. But I want to introduce our panel of pop culture pundits, folks. We are back, we are angry, and we are ready to rock and roll. We've got Gary Ambrosia. Hail, Gary, how are you today, my friend?
Oh, I'm okay, but it was a rough week of homework. And we miss you guys a lot. We love you very much, and we're so glad you're here tonight. So let's get pissed off. I'm ready.
Amen, man. I mean, Jesus, God, 2 episodes of Dr. Not and 2 episodes of the asshole light. Good Lord in heaven. I don't know how any of us fucking survived. I'm not even sure Andy survived. Of course, you know, we wouldn't know because he's always late, because he's always like teaching Kung Fu to MILFs. And, pliant, I don't know, aficionados of, shall we say, Kundalini, or I don't know what the fuck is. Well, I don't know. I've never attended one of his classes, but I imagine it has a disco ball in a bar. So whatever. You know, I don't even want to fucking, hey, we're suffering here and Andy's having a great time. So fuck him. Let's go to Robert Wright.
Hey,
Robert, you're here and suffering like the rest of us, and I respect that. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Awful episodes. We're going to really talk about those. But you know what? We have good news around the corner because one of my favorite movies, Romancing the Stone, we're going to talk about it tonight as well. So get ready, folks.
Awesome. I am delighted that you're here with us, buddy. And we have Mexican Iron Man, Disney stock investment loss expert, and man about town. He is decked out fancy way. Mike, why are you so decked out? Can you explain?
We are reviewing tonight, Lord Doomcock, the episode entitled Rogue of Doctor Who on Disney Plus, and I thought nothing could be more proper than to dress up for the affair. Yes.
I am both like respecting your choice and feeling severely nauseated by it.
Wait till you see what comes next, Doomcock. I've got a treat for you.
Oh, they're trying to break me, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying to break my ass tonight. But we're gonna go on. Thankfully, with all this exuberance, we have here Doug Nelson to anchor us, to weigh us down. And I say that in the nicest possible way because I am. Well, I mean, basically, if you could peer deep into my soul, you would see Doug Nelson deep down in there. Because I mean, we're basically there's a part of me that's exactly like Doug Nelson. Exactly. So I respect him. He's my brother. How are you doing, Doug?
I'm doing all right, despite being, once again, a broken fan. At this point, I'm just laughing at it all. What else can you do? So it's just sad that with reviewing Doctor Who, before we get to Romancing the Stone, we'll have to review Bromancing the Bone. That's just the way it's going to be. But that's the way it is now.
I don't know, man. I somehow I get the same feeling watching this current season of Doctor Who as I got watching The Human Centipede. Even though they're only tangentially related, but well, I mean, do any of you? Am I alone? Do any of you guys get that feeling of like when you realize I'm halfway through and the doctor says I've sewn everybody ass to mouth, and you start thinking I've made a terrible mistake, and watching this and
at some point,
watch this.
But I feel that in the first 3 minutes of Doctor Who, so it's in a way. Human Centipede's like a fucking relief.
Oh my God.
I think I'd rather watch the Human Centipede than shit.
Oh, delicious.
I mean, so somebody in the chat, I've got to mention this. I think it was Saul Shymek says it could be worse. You could be watching Rebel Moon parts 1 and 2. And the point is, but Rebel Moon is fucking up their own story. I mean, you've got a right to fuck up your own story. I mean, if you're not fucking up something that's, 50 or 60 years old, then you know what? I can respect that more. You took a chance, you threw the dice and you failed. But that's a noble failure as opposed to this shit, which is cultural vandalism and destruction. So I think it's a little bit different, in my opinion. What say you, Tony? And welcome to the show. We have Tony Stark of Iron here on Friday night. Pop Culture Breakdown. It's not Friday. I wish it was, because then I'd have the weekend to crash and drink. Tony, how's it going?
I'm doing all right, brother. It's good to be here. I have a guest with me. I brought him all the way from the cast of The Acolyte. I want everybody to say hello to Wokey the Wookie. Now she's a little temperamental. They. We'll figure it out.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Tony. We appreciate it. Oh God, the level of suck. Well, there's no point in putting it off anymore. We got to bite the bullet, don't you know? We can't screw around anymore, can we? I think it's time that we initiate the breakdown. All right, folks. So apparently, we're going to start with Doctor Who, mainly because Andy Masterson is, too busy,
I heard he was taking selfies of himself at the gym and posting them on Twitter.
Yeah. Trolling for new clients for his, Kung Fu MILF class. And when
you guys realize he can punch through the camera, right? Be careful.
No, but I mean, he wouldn't punch somebody for basically accusing him of, getting laid. But anyway, regardless, hey, whatever. I mean, it's not. Why is it on my fucking time? But never mind. All right, he'll be punished later in the depths of Xanadu for his, lack of vision. But so he doesn't watch. He can't be bothered to watch Doctor Who, and so we're going to go ahead and take the bullet for him. Don't you know? We're going to go ahead and proceed without him, and then when he can stroll in his leisure, then he can discuss the Acolyte. But so let's talk about Rogue. So apparently, the Doctor is married or engaged at this point, because at the end of the episode, we'll explain why. For those of you who don't watch Rogue, and I hope not a living soul in this chat has watched Rogue, so we can go ahead and walk you through all of this shit, folks. This is awful. I've been watching old original Doctor Who. I've been watching, Pertwee and Baker, been watching Hartnell. Some of the actual doctors, and oh my God, the difference is like night and day. And when we get to the second episode of Doctor Who, I have a confession, but you'll explain why I did what I did, because Jesus God, the old Doctor, it's just heartbreaking for those of us who love the old Doctor to see how horrible laid low it has been. But let's go ahead and here we go. I'm going to transport you now to episode, what is it, 6 or 5? I think it's 6. Rogue, right? Rogue. 1813, Bathhouse, England. When I saw that, I just had to stop and laugh and take a shot and then continue on. All right, so Bathhouse, England in 1813, and we have two dandies walking along, and one of them says to the other, you've been boffing my sister, and I don't appreciate it very much. And he says, well, I jolly well enjoyed boffing your sister. And he says, you're an asshole. And you know what? I've always wanted to role play an asshole. I'd rather be you than me. And he goes, and he goes ahead and shocks him. And basically it looks like, somebody left a pod next to his bed in Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And now he is this guy. So it doesn't take, a rocket scientist to figure out that these are shapeshifters. And they're going around basically, stealing whatever people, killing people, taking their place and whatnot. Okay. We've all seen this before, people. And then we've got a incredibly unrealistic ball, aka, what is it called? Bridgerton or whatever that fucking ridiculous shit is, where, nobody even bats an eye of, a black guy dancing around with a lovely white chick, even though at the time it would have been absolutely just scandalous as fuck. Mm-hmm. Isn't she gorgeous?
She's something else, man.
God dang, man.
She really is. She's the only thing that makes this pain really worth it. Because really, I mean, there's some great bikini shots of her on the internet, which I may or may not have downloaded and put on my screensaver. But yeah, I mean, really, she really is she's a bit of all right, as they say. Yeah.
Plus, I see potential in her. If there was still an industry for her to be a star in, I think she would become a star. But the sad thing is, I don't think there's much left. But
well, maybe she can get a spray tan.
Well, unfortunately, she appeals too strongly to the male gaze, which is absolutely verboten, to coin a German phrase, in the current environs of Hollywood, or Tinseltown, or Sodom and Gomorrah, as many of us call it. And look at that! Oh, isn't that a precious expression? On it's like, This is like, oh, Jesus God. Is that the Doctor? Really? Look at that.
Hey,
look
girl,
at her face.
It's 1813. We dancing.
Yeah.
Look at her face and reaction.
She's like,
I've never. Go ahead.
I was going to say she's horrified, but this is what, the 1000th costume change for the Doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He has no. Every Doctor's had a signature outfit. His is to not have one at all. At least he's not naked all the time.
Hold it, Doug. They're not done with this series.
I know. There's one more episode to go. So.
There we go.
Yes. He's going to make Ziggy Stardust look gay by the time this is over. I'm telling you.
Spiders from the Pyramid of Mars.
I mean, holy shit, It's funny. I've never seen a crap vat before, though. Crap vat. And look at these expressions. It's like, what you talking about, Willis? I mean, seriously. What is he like mugging for some fucking like the back seats in a cheap theater and in Soho or some shit? I don't know.
Well,
anyway,
you know, the phrase used to be chewing the scenery, but I think now in this case it's probably blowing the scenery.
Oh,
it's screwing the scenery.
There you go. Yeah.
Good point, Gary.
No,
Oh,
you bring
gosh,
up a
he's like
great
an
point,
angel.
Cock. The overacting of this guy, it's just too much, and it's comically stupid. The overacting of this guy, it would be one thing if there was a character that he was embracing and he was really nailing it. Like so many, you said that you were watching the old Doctors, right? And everybody has their favorite. But each one of those, you know that guy believed that he was that regenerated doctor was that character. And that's why we could go through those episodes. This guy is so distracting with his over-the-top expressions and mannerisms. He's distracting to everything, Doomcock. I can't take him seriously. The only thing he's rejuvenated himself into is like a cantaloupe. It's laughable, this guy. It's like watching Barnum and Bailey clown mixed with sparkle dust of Cirque du Soleil. Cirque du Soleil, I think you called it.
Yes, I did.
Okay, Cirque du Soleil. My overlord called it Cirque du Soleil. I can't take any scene seriously with this guy. It's because everything looks like literally he's coming on stage for a drag show on every scene. Hello, whether it's inside the TARDIS or just greeting people when he well, that's a different episode. Sorry. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Well,
No, I'm just very disturbed by it. No, you've got a great point.
But
this is not the Doctor.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Not even remotely the Doctor.
He's playing himself. I mean, the problem is that he's acting like himself rather than playing a character. And the other thing that's distracting is like he's over the top positive about every little thing that happens. And so you're like, he's excited about this, he's excited about that. It's like, when are you going to get serious and solve a problem, as we're going to see in this episode? It's like, what is this? What am I watching?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how can I get
I don't think has he actually solved a fucking thing?
No.
Everything accidentally happens, and that worked out.
Or it just exactly. It just reveals itself.
It's like Tetris.
No.
It's like Tetris playing itself. Eventually, it's going to get something right.
Yeah.
It's really disturbing. I hate to say it, but it's so incredibly fucked up. And you know, watching some of the classic Who, you know, like Tom Baker, you know, he was truly alien. You know, he would smile at inappropriate times. He would be very brusque and dismissive of people. He would be so focused on a problem that, you know, it's like, you know, the companion's about to be eaten is like, oh, well, yes, of course. But, you know, I mean, he was a fascinating character. And this guy is all appearance, and it's all about the agenda and being gay. And here we have the Sand Snake from Game of Thrones. She's been in lots and lots and lots of stuff, and she plays, you know, the hostess of this ball. And Harvey and I both watching this were like, you know, I bet you she's one of the shape-shifting aliens. Because, you know, she's a big star. So, I mean, they're not just going to kill her off in the first act. And we weren't far off. But, you know, so I confess, I took some of these screen caps just because I thought she was so pretty. So, you know. So anyway, she's got like, she can do the choreography because she's got psychic earrings, whatever those are, that are like basically beaming the moves into her ear. But now she's saying, hey, I'm getting interference. He's like, interesting. I wonder if it's something that I can hump. And sure.
Speaking of something we can hump, speaking of that.
There he is.
Well, and my first thought was, well, how much do they have to pay Tucker Carlson to be in this? Because it sure looks like Tucker Carlson with better hair, but, you know, That's probably a shot. And of course, he sees him. He's like, "Oh, sweet mystery of life! At last, I found you."
Across a crowded room. Yes.
Yeah.
Here to me.
Where have
Oh
you
my
been?
God.
All right.
Dude, yeah, I'm waiting for the Olivia Newton-John to start playing.
It's like me love who long time, you know. It's just, look at these reactions. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
burn, baby, burn, disco inferno. And meanwhile, like the shape-shifting alien like comes to meet her, and she just shits all over him because he's a straight white male, and this is just not the kind of show. It's not made for him. So she insults him and stalks off, and he's like, "What the fuck was that?" Even the alien is perplexed, But anyway, that's tangential to the, oh, I just grabbed that because,
Yeah.
you know why I grabbed that.
I know.
God,
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
just-
Look at
and of course that. See, this was totally gratuitous.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to filter these out. I just grabbed the whole folder so you can see a glimpse into my psyche. Okay, so
Okay, well,
No.
there's posing like Ramses the prophylactic. I was going to say Ramses the fourth, but it's like Ramses the prophylactic there. And I am Pharaoh. let the name Who be strucken from every obelisk. And there's Tucker Carlson saying, "Excuse me, what the fuck is this?" And he's like, "Lord." Tucker Carlson basically says, well, he does. I mean, in the plot, he basically looks at me. He says, "You know what? Maybe we should step outside." And he's like, "Oh Lord," And he's thinking, "I got a brand new pair of roller skates. You got a brand new." Meanwhile, well, first of all, anyone want to comment about this shit?
Not yet. There's better shots we can.
No, the
comment
good
on.
stuff's yet to come.
yeah, they haven't
Right.
gotten to the good
But
stuff.
wait, kids, there's more.
This is the icing.
Just,
This is just like appetizers.
Yeah.
yeah, well, I'm just trying to stitch together the plot, but you guys can riff on it.
And I take the issue
but-
with the shapeshifter thing. What I'm going to say is that these are okay. Shapeshifter, yes, but basically I kept getting distracted every time that happened because I kept thinking of Highlander.
Yeah, exactly. It was really true.
Lightning. Every time that happened, I thought the music was going, "I am immortal. The blood of kings runs through my Doctor Frickin' Who episode."
Yeah, pretty much.
And that's why they kill them off, because there can only be one. They can't have two of them running around. So there you go. See?
I can't get over the fact.
You can have one, you can have two, but you can't have many.
Oh God.
We'll get to
Foreshadowing.
that. Yeah, I know that's what we call a segue, but way too early because I've been drinking. So we've got like upstairs downstairs maid, and she's like, "How dare you be out here? I should be cleaning the spittoons or something." And she's like, "You know what? I'd rather role play you." And so, bada bing, bada boom,
I am
who
immortal.
wants to live forever? She dies. So anyway, oh yeah, this is bullshit. Like Ruby Sunday trails the toxic male to this girl, and apparently she's the one that, like, he, the sister that, the cad knocked up. And anyway, I don't know. Anyway, she's like, "Hey, sorry." She makes a noise. She was hoping to see him screw. Meanwhile, I just like looking at her. I wonder why. Yeah, see?
Look at
Just
Yeah.
busted.
Look at those things. They're just heaving.
Because this is actually what I grabbed. So anyway, I was strolling through the park one day, every month of May, and so they're having a lovely chat, and it's like, "Oh, I love how the jasmine smells." this evening, and he says, "Oh, really? It's the Jasmine. I thought you'd farted." This is the kind of like romance talk that gets talked.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, they find, Who Wants to Live Forever there, and Dr. Knott says, "Well, blimey, that's not typical." And he's like, Tucker Carlson's like, I'm gonna do a special on this, and they're like, I think you're a shapeshifter, dude. And he's like, uh-oh, that's not the kind of gun I was hoping to see.
Your gun is digging into my hip.
Oh, so that was a gun in your pants. Oh, damn.
He's still happy to see him.
Or when they went back and well, we're not there yet, but coming up is where we see them. Who's is bigger and more powerful than the other? That scene's coming up.
Yes.
Give me that sex toy that you just pulled out.
So Tucker Carlson says, "Excuse me while I whip this out," and the doctor says, "Hey, that's my line."
Naughty.
So, yeah, I know. Meanwhile, why did I capture this? Well,
Yeah.
I wonder.
Palate cleanser.
It's just like there's no context. It's just like she's talking with the other chick. The guy stormed off, and she's like, "You don't need a man to complete you, and why don't I complete you?" And pulls out a pair of scissors, and the girl just looks at her blankly.
Like, oh my God, let's go dancing, dumb cock. Let's go dancing.
Yeah, I think we should. The moonlight.
We don't need no man.
Well, honestly, man or woman, if whatever she wants to do, I'll watch her. But so anyway, they're out, and he's taking him to his spaceship, and he goes, "I'm not like a shapeshifter." And he's like, "Whatever."
I'm not like other guys.
They steal the ship from Al, man.
It's just hilarious, man. It's like, it's cloaked, and Captain Kirk's over there, double dumbass on you. So anyway, meanwhile, back at the ball, they're both now shapeshifters, and they're talking about, she's interesting because, she stood up to you, and, maybe we should replace her, and, we got a plan. We're going to do all sorts of shit. Meanwhile, now look at these expressions. So this is the doctor. He's trapped inside this alien spaceship, and this guy Rogue is a bounty hunter, and he keeps like changing his like sound system to music, and look at this. I mean, how do you
I'm every woman. I'm every doctor. Where will I pee?
Oh shit! Look at this. I just want to scroll through this shit. Ain't no mountain high, no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. Jesus. And he's like, I left Fox for this. And he's like, I'm not a shapeshifter. And he's like, oh, yes, you are. You're shifting something, dude. And look at these expressions, man. And he's like, look at my psychic paper. And anyway, they scan him, and then he discovers, that, he's all of these, doctors plus a chick, a random chick. All of these doctors plus a chick. I don't know.
Yeah, you see, at that point, Rogue goes, "You were a woman once? Ew."
You see, that's how the doctor disarms him. His gun just goes limp, and he can't. He just strolls out. This was just pathetic, man. This was pathetic. Anyway, and who wants to talk about this sequence? Because this was look at these expressions, dude. Seriously, I just had to capture these.
He's a cartoon.
Yeah.
That's all.
Every frame is a Twitter post.
Are we at the part where he's going to kill him and then he doesn't? Or is that coming up? I can't remember in the scene.
I don't. I mean, I think he's not going to kill him after he sees that, you know, he's the Doctor and he's a unique time-space event, blah, blah, blah.
Right. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's not the shapeshifter that they're after.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
Coming up.
what do you guys, anything else you want to say about this crap?
Just that he has to solo dance to a club song in there. He keeps playing the club song, and it's like another episode where he does that. He's done this in like every episode.
Yeah,
He
I
has
know.
a little solo dance move there.
Yeah. He's all he needs. It's just him. It's all about him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know? It's all about
He's just
shooting.
playing himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, he has no gravitas. He has no seriousness. He has no mystery. There's nothing intriguing about him. He's just playing gay.
But wait, Doomcock, in a couple more scenes, romance finds its way into this.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Did they really put
That's
Peter
all
Cushing
in
in this scene right here? They did, didn't they?
No, it's coming up. Hold on. Stay tuned.
Isn't that
So
Peter
let us-
Cushing right in front of him?
They got Richard E. Grant in that.
No,
scene there.
that's William Hartnell.
Yeah, that's Hartnell. Richard E.
Okay.
Grant is
First
off to the
Doctor.
side in front of Tom
Yeah.
Baker, which
Tom Baker.
was he only played the Doctor in a cartoon, but I guess they said now he's.
I thought it
canon.
was Bob Newhart.
Yeah,
It
might
really
as well
does
be
look like Bob Newhart, doesn't it?
because Bob Newhart was the Doctor because there's millions of doctors for the timeless child. So
That's right.
Harry
They
Darrell
have
there.
Marcus Welby. They have
Yeah,
McCoy.
yeah. Every
You know.
Doctor you've seen on TV was the Doctor. So
Yes.
there you go.
They got, Peabody from, the Bullwinkle
Medicine Woman.
cartoons.
She
Yeah.
was a doctor.
Sure.
Hey, look, it's
Yeah,
right
Dr.
here.
Dr. Quim, Mad Woman. Yes. And,
Dr. Detroit.
Yeah, Doctor Detroit. Dan Aykroyd was the Doctor.
Dr. Strangelove.
Is it just me, or does she look like Barbara Maitland after a little bit too much exercise?
Yeah.
I think
She does
maybe
look like
so,
Gina
but-
Davis, yes.
Yes.
But then they do Ruby and her little, friend find, the remains of the housekeeper. And then he's like, welcome to my place. And then this was painful. This was really painful because honest to God, and I'm not kidding, this is not a joke. All right, we're joking a lot here, but this is not a joke. I want you all to understand this. All right, he lets him in and then he fucking sings, there is no world I know that compares with pure imagination. He actually sings that. And look at him gesturing. That's him singing as he goes through the door. And he's like, ta-da! And he's like, wow, an everlasting gobstopper. Guess where I want it? Guess where I want my everlasting gobstopper?
Yeah.
He's like, ooh. Well, I'll do
Okay, here
a
it's
saucy
coming.
wedge.
It's coming up. Here it's come.
look at this shit. I had to capture these sequences deliberately because it's hard to convey without video just how over the fucking top this shit is. And look at all this. Woo! Like it's like somebody put the Saturday Night Fever dance floor on the ceiling or something and rounded it out, Yeah, but Tucker's like, wow. Look at him. Oh God, look at this. Look at this. And then, it's like across a crowded room. And they're closing in, and the moment's getting.
Here it is.
And
And this is where
closer.
the Doctor says, you could travel with me. You don't have to be rogue. You don't have to be a bounty hunter. You could travel the universe across time together with me. And Doomcock, I was inspired by this scene, and I have a special message for Gary. Gary, you don't have to be trapped here on Pop Culture Breakdown on Wednesday nights. You don't have to just feel that you're just locked in this little box, Gary. Gary, you could travel throughout the Southeast, around the peach groves, and around the tortilla plantation. And we could frolic and hold hands and skip together, Gary. Together. You and I could find love.
Wow.
We can travel to Uranus.
Ba-ding boom. Holy shit!
Wow.
That was.
I even dressed up for you, Gary.
Dude, you got me percolating, man. You better not. You better make good on your promises.
That's right.
Yeah,
I'll
don't
get the
tease.
camera.
Tease.
I'll get the camera. I got it. I got the camera.
Oh man. So I mean, well, that absolutely like beggars the romance here. But they're about to kiss when, you know, they get an alert that like the little piece of equipment that the doctor was reformatting that'll come handy later for trapping the shapeshifters is formatted. So they head off back to the ball to see what's going on. And, you know, and she's like, what the fuck, dude? Where'd you vanish to? And he's like, oh, you know, when you meet Tucker Carlson, you know, you're supposed to do something about it. And she's like, well, listen, there's somebody going around like, you know, pulling Highlander shit on people. And he's like, oh, I know. It's like, yeah, we saw it. And it's like, well, so obviously, says the doctor, this is like drama queens, essentially. You know, these are space drama queens. They're cosplayers. And, you know, they're basically like replacing whoever's interesting, and they want maximum drama. And so, shall we give it to them? And he's like, oh, and she's like, oh, no, you didn't. And he's like, oh, yes, it did. And so now, here we go. Leads him out to the dance floor. And to take your hand and lead you to the dance floor. And here we go. Shall we dance, dum dum dum, on a bright cloud of gayness? Shall we fly? And they're all like, "Oh, that's drama."
And by
What
the
do
way,
y'all think
no
of
one would
this?
think this is out of sorts. It's what was it, 1632? What year was this?
1813.
1813 in Bath House,
Whatever.
England.
No one's gonna think, huh?
Yeah.
Something funny here.
Well, he was trying to. They were trying to scandalize them, and it's working. Oh, look at this!
Hi, Gary. Hello, Gary.
I
The
see you,
Doctor and the Beast.
The Doctor and the Beast, yes. And so, you know, here we go. Oh, geez. And now, like, the world fades away because they're lost in their own world. You see the lighting; they're all in spotlight on them.
We're the only two people in the whole world.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lord. Here it comes.
exactly. And they're, you know, oh, look at this.
If loving the Doctor is wrong,
Yeah,
I don't wanna be right.
As we dance.
Oh, Lord.
As we dance to the masochism tango. Dun, dun. And then,
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
oh,
He's getting
here
on
we
his
go.
knees. Oh, my God.
Here we go. He drops
Wow.
to his knee, takes off his ring, and he says, will you do me the honor, sir, of marrying me? Well, it's implied. He doesn't say it, but, you know. And he, like, Tucker, I've never seen Tucker Carlson look so hopeful. Not since he interviewed Putin, you know. He kneeled down in front of Putin and, you know, says, I want to have your babies. And he hands him a ring. And, you know, and the doctor is overcome. You know, he's like, oh. And he's taking it seriously. And then he's overcome with the vapors. And he runs out. And Tucker's like, is that a yes? Or a no? And he runs after him. And so oh, this is delicious. You know, this was the bait. This was ostensibly the reason for all of this, although it obviously was real, since, you know, the lights faded, they were in a spotlight, and then, you know, later you'll see the ending, you'll know that it was all real. But she's like, oh, we've got to go role play them. And it's like, yes, I agree. I mean, it's just like irresistible. So, you know, they're over there, and they see now that there's, oh yes, they reveal their true, outer aspect. Why would they do that? Can anyone answer me? Doug, can you answer me why the fuck that they would, like, drop their disguises now, except just have
As
some
somebody
special
still
effects.
believes there's potential for merchandise, so
Yeah.
there really isn't. Odd thing about it, though, shouldn't Rogue's ship be their ship? I mean, the bird theme and everything, but
Yeah, well, that's true. That's very true. Yeah.
I think they still had more money to burn in the budget, and so that makeup and hair wanted some of that action.
yeah. So it's
Wow.
like, oh, by the way, they're aliens and stuff. So
By
there
the
you
way.
go. By the way.
By the way,
Yeah, Birdo stuff. Also, don't they figure out what they are awfully fast when they couldn't figure it out before or at all? You know, like they see the dead bodies, they know that somebody has been shapeshifters, and all of a sudden they figure it out.
Right. Well, you see, in this iteration of Doctor Who, you have to just basically tell. You don't show. So
Right.
at some point, the Doctor just suddenly had to announce, "Oh, they're cosplaying aliens." That's what this is. It's not a plot to take over the world or anything like in the good old days. And these are just a bunch of idiot aliens who like to play. Of course, it's lethal, but it funds the thing.
That's true, Doug. Although at the end, like, she gets so excited, she says, we could role play a prime minister, and then we could start wars, and we could basically destroy the planet. So they do escalate it at that point. But,
They do, but it's all in the service of having fun. It's not because
Yeah.
they want to take over the planet or anything. Yeah.
No.
Then once they destroy it, well, let's move on to the next one and we'll cosplay them.
Exactly. Exactly. So now we get some very as if the behavior before wasn't undoctor-like. It gets really obnoxious. So they run. Okay, they run away from these shapeshifters. Now I thought he was a bounty hunter. I thought he had a glowing gun. Right? I mean, he's equipped to deal with these fuckers, right? But and he's also got the doctor. But
he's distracted now because he's in love.
Yes. And notice how they're running hand in hand.
Yes.
Did y'all know? Look.
that's
There we
how I
go.
was telling Gary we're going to run through the tortilla fields.
Yes.
They're running, taking each other's hand.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Now, this is really obnoxious. It's absolutely true. And then like they stop and it's like, oh, because they see one of them up there. Now, would the fucking doctor seriously react in terror?
No.
to seeing the doctor stood up to fucking Sutek in Pyramids of Mars.
Yep.
The doctor has stood up to Daleks, to Cybermen. These are nothings. These are lightweight little dilettantes. Fucking idiots. What the fuck is your fucking problem? Both of them. It's really fucking disgusting, honestly. It's got nothing to do with gayness or anything. It has to do with the fundamental nature of the doctor. The doctor would generally stop and say, "Oh yes, it's very nice how you're able to disguise yourself like that. Of course, I've seen this sort of thing before. What are you doing here? What is your aim?" He would have talked to them instead of terrified and run. Look at this fucker. This fucker is like
Right,
looking
'cause
like
if you- yeah.
like Jamie Lee Curtis being chased by Michael Myers, for fuck's sake, the first time. I mean, what the fuck, dude?
It's more
This is
like
not the doctor.
it's like Shooty is the companion and Tucker is the doctor here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because he's not terrified.
Let's
he's
just
like,
say the obvious. If you're a Time Lord, I'm just curious, what is really going to terrify you? Everything you come across is going to be a problem that needs to be solved. That's it.
yeah.
That's it. Right, Doomcock?
Yeah.
That's it.
The fear and the terror should come from the companion, who is the audience.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The doctor knows and sees pretty much everything and is a problem solver. Yeah.
The companion is the lens through which we as Whovians are able to transport ourselves from being just mere audience to experiencing the episode. When we've had the great companion stories, that's the experience that we are. It's that additional lens without breaking the fourth wall per se. That's that lens in the storytelling that makes all of these things meaningful for us as Whovians. Am I right or am I right, Doug?
You're right.
No, you're exactly right. Yeah, that's one of the big things that's absolutely missing here.
Hence why they were sexy women as well.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
It's an important.
Right.
Right.
because we're looking at them. That's what,
Right.
This is like Scooby-Doo-ish. It's like they're running around from the ghost, and then they figure out they need to trap them later on. There's no plan to it, even though they got this weapon that's going to trap them later on.
There's no real story in this episode. There really isn't.
No.
You know, you got this ridiculous comical setup about cosplaying aliens who murder the people they copy on the way. So there's the threat and whatnot. The doctor's too busy trying to get laid. So, you know, once again, you rob him of any opportunity to be heroic. He's supposed to be the hero of the show, but he almost never is. And that sort of thing, because they're just not paying attention to that. The main thing was, oh boy, this is the episode. This is the one, because he's going to make out with a man. And that's it. That distracts from everything else. You know, there's really nothing else, you know. And then we keep mentioning the 70s. Would have been made more credibility if it was. And they were at a disco and all that crap. But, you know, there's just incompetence on top of incompetence in this, and it's pretty standard fare for this iteration of Doctor Who.
It's painful, man. I mean, I'm looking at the original Doctor Who and looking at all these different episodes, and the Doctor did not behave like this. You know, he was fascinated by this shit. He was fascinated by it.
Right.
He had an alien curiosity. It was almost like a combination of Harpo Marx and Spock. You know, I mean,
that's very good. Yeah,
that's good.
Who was in an intergalactic time-space journey of just being on an inquisitive time-space journey, and that's what made it all interesting all the time for me.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's very disturbing.
And finally, overall, once again, this is an illustration of the point is that we're representing gay people and all this. This is supposed to be good for gay people or whatnot. And yet this is the quality you deliver on that. Mm-hmm. You know, so and it's just we're just a bunch of guys making gay jokes.
Well, what's missing?
But it's on the screen. I mean,
right. Well, what's missing is the subtlety and the nuance. Like, for example, there's a way to do this, right? Like, if that was going to be an undercurrent, like, hey, the guy's gay and all that stuff, there's just a way to do that with subtlety, with nuance, where you're focused on the story. And maybe that aspect plays itself out. There's lots of ways to play with it. You can play with it where he wants to keep it to himself. And so you play with it like, he doesn't know and he discovers it through the course of of an arc of the season or whatnot. Or, you know what I mean? There's just so many ways other than to just come on. Like, and you see what I'm saying, Douglas, from a storytelling standpoint, it's not that you can't go there. It's that, he's a freaking Time Lord. Like, orientation sexually is like the last thing on the freaking list. Like, if you've seen if you've been watching, like, just pick any 2 or 3, like, it's the last thing on the list for a doctor. But if you're gonna do it, there are ways to do it through a storyline. You run it through the whole season as a story arc, or you focus on an episode where maybe he's discovered and he shies away and then he comes back. I mean, there's just so many ways to do it with subtlety and nuance that could have made it interesting, but instead I think it's like cheap bar stool, just fabulous in your face, and and then the rest of Doctor Who just suffers for it, because that becomes the most important thing, and everything else is fucking distracting. Everything else is like, I can't take anything in this show seriously, Doomcock. I cannot take anything seriously.
Yes,
there's no development for this at all. It's the same thing with Jodie. They immediately just slapped it in there. You could have had an interesting story about this had they allowed that to actually be the first female Doctor. They immediately retconned all that to where she wasn't. But I mean, the idea of someone having to deal with that transformation and whatnot, and to do a story on regeneration itself, to explore it, explain it more, give more detail to it. Here, you could make the same argument about every time they regenerate, the reasons their personalities are a little off kilter and different from one another is because their brains get jangled when they do this, and why it's also a frightening thing for them to do. You're not dying, but you're kind of are, because you're becoming someone else almost entirely. There's a connection between them, but still there's something different. And in this case, to put science fiction into a science fiction show, that this could happen. This version of himself, he's capable of having romantic feelings for a man. So now, of course, in this current era, nobody's going to accept that other than anything but propaganda, which is exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. And at this point, they just decided, that's what it is. We're not even going to bother to give it any due diligence of story or anything.
Well, also the social commentary this whole season of different people. The villains in here are cosplayers. That's an indirect swipe at the fans again. There are a lot of people that love the cosplay Doctor Who, and indirectly they're making them the villains.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. That's
well,
a good point,
so
Robert.
far, if I'm not mistaken, they've never exploited a straight relationship in this show like this, have they?
Yeah, they did. When they first came back with the new Doctor Who series, they had a romantic story with character named Rose.
Sorry,
Billy
Doug,
Piper.
I meant exploited. Like literally twirling, dancing around, going.
Oh,
no,
not really. I mean, there was
no. There was no Gary. There was no like intimacy scene, and like no. There's
No.
What I'm talking about.
Where Doctor Who is having.
no.
to
They
go-
kissed. That's about it.
There was never a scene where Doctor Who went into the TARDIS and had to transport himself to a Walgreens to get a pregnancy test. That never
Damn, Mike is on fire tonight. I think I'm going to take him up on that
I'm
date.
actually more hot about these two Doctor Who episodes than I think I am of the Acolyte. And wait till we get to the Acolyte because I got a prize. I got some.
Yeah, well, you're certainly hot. That's for damn sure. I don't know why I didn't notice before, but man, you kind of like my fire here, buddy.
I came in as a who. You know why? You know what? You know why?
Missed it
So
up
you
here.
guys know I have the my big Doctor Who historical pencil drawings that I've showed on the show before. So
Yeah.
I put them back up 2 days ago before I did my homework to watch these episodes, and I think I'm hot because I put them back in the rightful place in my wall coming up the stairwell, and so I've been seeing them now before they were kind of hidden, and then when I watched these episodes, I was like, God. Am I the only one on screen right now?
Yes, you are. Can
Yeah,
we
he
get
is.
somebody else on screen? Jeez.
Sure, I'll go ahead and minimize you.
No, we're all cosplaying as Mike. Oh, there we
Yes.
Oh, God.
Yes, there you go.
I just noticed that.
Who did the art
Well,
direction?
sorry about that.
All good. I'm good. DC too. Yeah.
Who did the art direction for this? Is it the same people that did that stupid Cats movie? That's the vibe I'm getting.
Hey, it's ma'am.
I'm a ma'am. Excuse me.
Well, let's see. Where were we? Let me get back to it here. So they come out and they're looking and they're talking about, I'm going to take over the world and let's implement our plan for the ball. So they go in and everyone's like freaking out. Meanwhile, they basically see Ruby. They're killing people and they see Ruby coming in, and they figure she's been taken over. And so now, of course, we get the Doctor emoting.
Mm-hmm.
How many times has the Doctor cried in this show?
Since the first episode, the first time, 47, I think.
Yeah.
How many times did he cry in the rest of the series? Discuss amongst yourselves for a minute.
Half a dozen times every fucking episode.
Enough to fill up
know.
a swimming pool.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, apparently to Shooty, acting is about salt water, and that is it.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
mean,
thing, Gary. Like every time he cries, I find myself rewinding the freaking episode because I'm like, why is he crying? Did I miss something? Like, what happened that was so emotionally like moving? Like, and I'm like sitting there like, gosh, am I just a heartless son of a bitch? I mean, I am, but
yeah,
still.
I mean, usually they have to put a Lego in the actor who's playing the Doctor's shoe to make them cry this much. But Shooty is just, dude, he is dropping tears on a dime. So
I mean, I would say crocodile tears, but it would probably offend the furries in the shot. So.
Well, it's just ridiculous. I mean, he feels this need to, like over emotionalize, and it's very disturbing. This is not the Doctor. The Doctor does not run away from danger. I mean, he will strategically, try to avoid, getting killed. I mean, he's not insane, but he doesn't run away with a look of terror in his eyes. He doesn't initiate romance. He's not generally horny. I mean, Jesus Christ, Sarah Jane. I mean, he didn't put the moves on Sarah Jane, and if he was going to put the moves on anybody, it would have been little Sarah Jane. Holy shit, she was sexy.
Well,
Am I wrong?
Another problem with this is that, you know, if he cries once, it better be the height of emotion of his character arc, because if you keep doing it, it just it loses its value. You know, as an actor, you want to pick that moment. Acting is not about salt water. And you know, if you can hit it, great, and it should be at the right moment. It can't be every other fucking moment in the show, because it loses its power. I remember I was watching the first episode of the show, and he had that kind of emotional outburst, and he was crying. I'm like, okay, you know, he's not that bad. But the problem is, I see him doing it every fucking episode, and now I'm like, well, I think he's just got issues. You know, he's just got to go see somebody and talk to him or something. You know, because you really you pick a moment in your character arc where that is the moment at that top emotional peak. And then again, the more you fight it, the better the better it comes off, because people don't try to cry. People try to stop crying. That's the difference. That's the human condition. That's when you're crying, you have to fight it. And ironically, as an actor, that's when the tears really start flowing, the more you fight it. But he's not fighting it. He's embracing it. And we see it every fucking times an episode, you know?
Well, I think what's going on here is, you know, Tom Baker had the scarf. Matt Smith had the bow tie. Shooty's got the tears. That's the tears.
But you know what?
Shooty's got a damp shirt.
Well, yeah, you're Doug. I mean, you're right. It's like a veil of tears. So I mean, he wears, you know, the scarf. He wears the bow tie. He wears the veil. There you go.
They just better have a lot of water on set for all the dehydration he's got to be going through. You know?
Right.
It's very true.
He's crying for himself because he failed to protect her. He's not even crying about her or getting mad about her. He's crying about himself. And
he suddenly realized, maybe I shouldn't have been trying to get laid. There's dead bodies everywhere. Maybe I should do something.
Yeah.
All I wanted was a little Tucker Carlson. I wanted to tuck that Carlson, you know. But
because we like all our heroes to mess up and cry about it.
Yeah. So there's a wedding going on, and then the doctor comes in. He's got this, like, you know, red button that, you know, he traps him basically. Where's the shot? At this point, I got disgusted.
Yeah.
He traps him in a triangle, and he's got the button to send them off, you know, into another dimension. And look at this. And then Ruby's like, excuse me, I'm not really, you know, an alien. I was just cosplaying, you know, to infiltrate them. Yeah. And he's like, oh shit. And Tucker asks him, can you go ahead and kill your friend to save the planet? And he's like, no, I can't. I can't do it. And so they kiss.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So they kiss.
Yeah.
And then Tucker comes away. Yeah. See? And she's like, I guess me going away into another dimension is not important enough for you to, you know, avoid scoring and making out in front of me as I'm about to die. But fortunately, unlike the doctor, Tucker's got a plan. And he takes Tucker solves it.
Tucker's the hero of the show.
Yes.
I know. That's
Dr. Tuck.
Dr. Carlson.
It's Dr. Tuck. And what he does is he knocks her out. He jumps into the triangle, knocking her out, takes her place, and then tosses the doctor a bouquet. I'm not kidding.
You mean it? For reals?
And he's like, that means I'm next. And then like they go into another dimension. And so now we have the obligatory. She's like, I forgive you for making out while I was struggling for my life. Everybody was dropping dead. And he's like, oh, fuck that shit. I don't care about that. I've got his ring. And then he puts on his ring as the glow, you know. So my question is he married? Is he engaged?
I guess, or at least engaged.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean,
but there again,
oh my God, are we going to have a Doctor Who season-ending wedding?
Yes.
No.
Rogue's not dead. He'll be back. But the thing of it is like all this crying and drama, and then Ruby's got to comfort him, and come on, don't be like that. Admit it. Let your feelings out. And all this. This is a guy he met 30 minutes ago. This is like, all right, you thought he was cute and all that, but now you're devastated. Oh my God, he's gone. What am I going to do? And all that. Plus, Rogue himself, he's like, look, I'm sorry about your friend here, but these are dangerous. He's going to sacrifice himself for a guy he met 30 minutes ago to save his BFF, you know?
Yeah. He was the love of his, like, 1,000-year life or whatever. I mean, wow. I guess when you know, huh?
It's like we was talking earlier about Rose, the original Rose, not the current one. They had that, and it was a long, drawn out, developed thing, and it took a while, and eventually they fall in love and all that. Here, 30 minutes. Love at first sight, across a crowded room. They danced. My God, it's the romance of all eternity,
Yeah.
Until I met Gary.
I know.
So, I mean, any other final thoughts on this, and then we'll quickly recap the next episode, because I don't have screen grabs for that. I just I couldn't watch that shit.
Yeah.
I'll explain why in a minute. But any final words about this before we move on?
No.
This next show was just fucking awful.
Okay. So this next episode, The Legend of Ruby Sunday, I was spoiled in advance that this is basically Palpatine again in Star Wars. Somehow Sutekh returned. And after the Pyramids of Mars, which was a classic Tom Baker, 4-episode arc, in season 13, I think, it was a legendary sequence. I mean, Sutekh was an incredible villain. The whole thing moved great. The Doctor was amazing. Tom Baker was incredible. And I could not stand to see that memory violated. And violated it was. Now, I don't know if this is a real quote or not. This was on Twitter. This was a post. And it had like a quote. It had a picture of Russell T. Davis and the version of Sutekh that they had for this episode. And the text is, I don't know if this is a parody or if it's a quote, but it sure does encapsulate the spirit of the thing. It has Davis saying, there's a problem with the Sutekh of old in that he's a villain who looks awesome. And I had a problem with that, associating villains with good practical effects. And trust me, there's a very long tradition of this. So we made the choice to bring Sutekh back as a big crap CGI dog. I say this is how we see Sutekh now. This is 2024. This is our lens. Sutekh used to look rad as hell, and he looks a bit shit now, and we are absolutely standing by it. Now, I don't know if that's a real quote, but it might as well be.
Yeah, it might
as well be because I mean that's basically it. So who wants to go ahead?
I think someone's paraphrasing. That's what he said about Davros being, taking him out of the wheelchair and that sort of thing.
Okay.
So I think that's someone playing on there, but it's essentially almost the same thing.
It's about right, isn't it?
Because you don't really, I don't even know if they'll even bother to give any explanation that, he's assumed some other form or something like that, what have you. But I mean, granted, old villains, even ones that only showed up once, have returned in the past. They revived them for whatever, and then and then plenty of them have seemingly died, and then some miraculously they come back. The Master, how many times has he died, and all that stuff like that. But unfortunately, I really don't want to see a classic villain from a really great episode of Doctor Who used in the current era. I would have rathered it be something else. And also to put him in line with the toy maker and Maestro. It's like, oh God, he's one of the old gods. However, Sutekh was explained a lot more in the Pyramids of Mars, and basically it was the approach that has been done ad nauseum through science fiction, is that the gods were aliens and they had a superior technology, and of course superior technology looks like magic to people who don't, who are undeveloped at that point. And so that's basically what he was, even though it did present him and his people that were all gone, he was the only one left, were far more powerful than Time Lords and the like, and so that's why he was such a threat to the Doctor. But seemingly the Doctor ended him at that point. He trapped him in that time loop, and I'm like, well, how does he get out of that? If they even bother to do any kind of explanation for it, which normally they don't. Even before this new era, they would do stuff like that. Oh, well, it was this. And then, and just like, no. So the idea that Sutekh took another form and could survive that in that form where he appears to be some kind of cloud or whatever, and forms into this giant dog that captures the TARDIS, all that. I was like, okay, I don't really care. This one, some elements of it could have almost been an episode where there's a big reveal, there's a problem, and you got to deal with it. And a lot of New Who, I thought, should have been more two-parters than not, because at least you can get the cliffhanger, which was typical of classic Who and all that. And that'd be the only way you could do it in the current era. But it was just so much stupid. The dumb, bombastic introduction of the TARDIS arriving at Avengers Tower. Now home to the unit. And and now his outfit is the Fonzie costume, and it just Legend of Ruby Sunday. Well, yeah, they take a look at her mysterious mother, whom I don't know, I guess they're gonna say is the Susan character. I don't know. That kind of went nowhere, and then suddenly I guess the old lady is possessed by Sutekh, because she didn't seem to know who she was, and suddenly no, it's Sutekh. I don't know, but it was lazy, lackluster, derivative stuff of trappings they used in Russell T Davies' earlier iteration, but now it's just sort of lifeless and thrown in there. I will say, from what I could hear, the voice doing Sutekh sounded kind of close to the original guy, so I'll give him that. But other than that, it just, there's just nothing here, So there wasn't much. Maybe there was some messaging here and there, but it's just like, who cares? And it's too bad. In better hands, could have something like this have worked? Sure, but that's not going to happen. So.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to happen.
Look, I got two questions for you. That was a great summary of the episode. My overall comment is that this episode was just dumb, stupid, and lame and overacted. And I cannot even believe that I was supposed to feel anything in this episode. I wasn't interested in the plot line. I wasn't interested in the reveals. The characters came and went so fast that it was just damn near idiotic. And then the great reveal that happens in the last, 8 to 12 minutes ish of the episode was just freaking awful. And when the smoke clears and the reveal happens, not only do you not feel any sense of weight or gravity of fear or anticipation, like nothing. There's literally no feeling. Then when they reveal, Doomcock, bro, I'm telling you, it looked like Bambino wet Chihuahua after I give him a flea bath. I'm telling you. Douglas.
Yeah.
Douglas, when he got the reveal, yes or no, Douglas, did he not look like a wet freaking dog? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how do you spend all this money on these sets? You spend all this money on the sets. You spend all this time moving around, zippity-doo-dying here and there and everywhere. And then you come time for the great reveal, and it's like I remember when I was 7 years old, I had a little horsey on a broomstick that I would run around on when I played cowboy. When that reveal happened in this episode, and they showed the great reveal, I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's horsey.
Did you cry like the doctor?
Yeah, I know. Oh my God, it's
It
Sutek.
either looked like the horsey on top of my broom handle when I was like 7 and I went around playing, Western shoot me ups, or it looked like Bambino after a flea bath. And it looked cheap. And it didn't look in the cheap. Look, we didn't always get the greatest special effects as Whovians over the decades. I think we can all agree on that, right, Douglas? We didn't always,
Right.
We never got the best special effects. We never got like state of the art. But you know what we did get? We got great stories, and whatever effects we did get, there was weight and gravitas to them. This one, no. When it ended and it said, "Stay tuned for the second part," I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why? Look, it's just a dog. Scratch his belly and play fetch with him. You'll be fine. The world's saved. You know?
Like, I'm gonna wait a week. I'm like, I'm not.
Yeah, we know what Sutek looked like. They did take the helmet off in the original show. It didn't look like that.
No.
So they don't care.
Well,
They don't think, they're not competent. And it's just, hey, look, remember that? This is from the old show. So they see it's all connected. It's the same show. No, it's not. And so, look, if the story were good and it actually had the gravitas and all that sort of stuff, I wouldn't have cared how bad the CGI is. I've seen crappy CGI shows that I liked because the story was strong and solid. Doctor Who, the classic series, survived almost entirely on, obviously good concepts and whatnot, but charm. It had a lot of charm to it. And that, Tom Baker carried the show. I mean, he had bucket loads of charm, and that's what made the show in a lot of ways. And so that carried over with other doctors as well. Once you lost that, it falls flat and it's over. Here you're not even trying. You hire Shooty Gotlow. What do I do? Just be yourself. Okay.
Here's the other thing that happened in the show again. He breaks down and cries because he couldn't save a life. Yeah. And he's over by like the elevator, and the other person's like, "Hey, get up, man up." And he's it's just like, who is this character?
Doomcock. Yeah, Doomcock. If you had gotten to the end of that episode and knowing that have you recently watched the originals from which this was?
Well, I haven't recently, but I've seen it like probably 7, 8 times.
Okay, all right.
Life, so.
Doomcock. I am glad you didn't watch this episode because when you got to it, you would have probably thrown your remote control at the TV. I was just like, oh my God. It's almost like they're like, all right, guys, it's time for the big reveal. Quick, somebody go to the broom closet and put a head on the local broomstick and bring it out.
Oh, God almighty. Anyone else have anything to say about this shit?
I had notes, but we'll skip it because we got to get to super chats here.
Oh,
yeah, we got to get
long.
to it.
Yeah.
We got two fucking. Go ahead.
I never thought I'd be reading Sutek the Big Red Dog, a children's book for young time kids.
Yeah. That's a good one.
But at that point, why didn't Unit just call the other doctor who, is lounging on Donna's sofa at the moment?
You mean the real one?
Yeah, the real one, yeah. Who's apparently retired. Yeah, we keep saying this isn't Doctor Who. You're right, it isn't. This is his clone son, remember. So
well, not a clone. It came birthed out of his pee hole, from the best I could tell. Remember?
Yeah, something like that.
Out of his crotch, something like that.
Well, let's not get into the details.
Last from day 10, it's crotch. 1 late. Think I'm a clone now.
Yeah. So, all right. I think. Look, we're snowed over with shit, folks. We're just plowed under. So that's why we're running long. But let's go ahead and get to some super chats. Let me line shit up here to do this here. We'll run a little long tonight. Let's get to the super chats. All right, folks. Let me let me see where we are here. Okay. So Evan Peterson has been a channel member of mine for 10 months, and he says, rest in peace, the great Willie Mays. Yes, Willie Mays passed, and he was maybe the greatest baseball player of all time. God rest his soul, and he was an amazing guy. So thank you, Evan Peterson, for that. Gunstar1 with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Gunstar1 says, this season of Doctor Who, we're the worstest ever. And then the Acolyte says, hold my Bud Light. So yeah, we're gonna get to the Acolyte. As bad as Doctor Who is, I think the Acolyte might just be a little bit worse. That's just my gut feeling. I could be completely wrong, but that's kind of my gut feeling there. Green Hat with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Green Hat says, the Doctor Who cries is not the Doctor. The Acolyte is insufferably stupid, requesting down Periscope for movies we love. All right, so noted. I haven't seen down Periscope, but I bet you somebody on this panel has. Thank you, Green Hat. We will take it under advisement, my friend. Magnus Toff with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Magnus. Is in my own personal headcanon, Vincent Price turns up in the Acolyte as the Witchfinder General and just cleans that place up. Yeah. Yep. Old Roger Corman movie featuring Vincent Price as the Witchfinder General. And it's quite a weird and disturbing little movie. Vincent Price, yeah, makes anything better, especially anything with witches in it. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack says, hail, my lord. Did you get the links I sent you on X yesterday or the date before? I think I did, Jack, but I've been extremely busy trying to relaunch Pop Culture KO and, get videos out on this channel. So forgive me for not replying. I'll go and check and see. And if I did, I will reply to you, my friend. I'm sure I got them. I just haven't had a chance to look at them yet. Solly Tom with a $10 super chat and a first-time super chat. Thank you very much, Solly Tom. Hail to you. Solly Tom says the fans still have the real Star Wars. Kennedy and Headland will be remembered on the same lists that mention Plan 9 from outer space and rank their pet projects lower than Plan 9. Yeah. Plan 9 from outer space is actually entertaining. Technically, whatever you say, but, Tor Johnson walking through a graveyard and, wobbling the headstones that's entertainment. That's entertainment. Thank you, Solly Tom, and hail to you, Solly Tom. Warachi with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Warachi says, prepare to embrace the suck. Obey, dismal Disney. Hail to you, Warachi. I will never embrace the suck. I refuse. I cannot embrace the suck in good conscience. I cannot. I can only talk about it and report on it. Miguel Farah with 2,500 Chilean pesos. Thank you, Miguel. Says, I propose we all convene to rename Disney Star Wars to Star Wars. Yeah, Star Wars, Star Was. There's all sorts of ideas about that along those lines. Hey, man, I'm all for it. Whatever works, man. Hail to Miguel Farah. And Crazy Junior has been a channel member for 19 months. He says, drunk, good, epic rant ingredients. Amen. Well, we're chugging along here, man. We are chugging along. Scott V with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Scott. Hail to you, sir. He says, hail Doomcock and panel. R.I.P. Clobby. I'm not sure I can take much more of Disney Star Wars or Disney anything. Please, DC, release Harvey so he can destroy them. It's only fitting that Disney is destroyed. I agree. I think Disney is a massive problem. I wish they would just come around. I wish they would become a for-profit company again, and I wish they'd stop just releasing terrible crap. It's almost like, hey, is it crap? Then sign me up for it. I don't know what else to do. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we're gonna get into the Acolyte here in a few minutes, okay? An ugly picture it is. An ugly picture it is. And we're going to have some fun with that shit. So stick around. If you thought that Doctor Who was bad, you ain't seen nothing yet. Ian with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you. Ian says, have you heard any more news with toy companies in Hollywood? I saw Lego is doing a special with Star Wars and the Return of the Jedi. Bob, you know. I have not heard anything else about Lego or toys or anything else. So I can't comment on that, Ian, but if I hear anything, I'll certainly do a video about it. I will. Jack White with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, my lord, please tell me you took my advice and put on any of the series I have recommended you after watching these turds. Well, unfortunately, Jack, I have not because, after watching those turds, I would generally pass out from drink or blood pressure, depending. It basically puts me in a coma for at least, 10, 12, 14 hours. And then I wake up dazed and confused, At one point, I thought it was Dorothy. I looked down, though, and I wasn't wearing ruby slippers. And I realized, well, I guess I'm not Dorothy. But it was, it's torture. It's a form of mental and physical torture watching this shit. It's supposed to be entertainment. That's the damnedest thing. But is it entertainment if you have to get drunk and fucked up to watch it? I don't think so. I don't think it's supposed to be that way. It wasn't that way when I was a kid. Of course, if it was, then I would have been an interesting childhood, wouldn't it? Having the key to Dad's liquor cabinet, I swear. The Comic Relief Crusader has been a Dumentite of mine, a channel member for 12 months now. Thank you. Hail to the Comic Relief Crusader, and says, I'd rather get a colonoscopy with a wire brush than watch The Acolyte. Well, I can tell you that, yes, you would, having watched The Acolyte. I can confirm that indeed you are correct in that desire. OG Shaggy Mac with a $2 Australian super chat and a first-time super chat. I'm very honored. Thank you, OG Shaggy Mac. Says, hashtag the fandom menace. That's us, man. We are, getting bumped off one at a time, due to extreme duress, misery, psychosis, cirrhosis, and other maladies contracted by watching substandard entertainment. But at least this supervillain is still kicking. Watsamata has been an arch villain of mine for a year now. Hail to Watsamata, and thank you. It says, it is an honor to serve our overlord for a year now. Off topic, my father died last week, and we put him in the ground today. A great Scottish-Irish man. Friday, I'll ask if you'll sing Danny Boy for me. I certainly will, Watsamata, but everybody express your condolences to Watsamata if you would, and folks in the chat, put a W in the chat for our brother Watsamata, whose dad died last week and buried him today. God bless you, Watsamata, and you hang in there, my friend. Hang in there. And Strained Revenant has been a channel member for 8 months now. Thank you, Strained Revenant. It says, alternate title for the Acolyte, the Sacco-Shite. Star Wars, the Sacco-Shite. I kind of endorse that. I think that's well done, sir. Hail to you, and God bless Stained Revenant. John Getz has been an arch villain of mine for 2 months. Thank you, John. And he says, whether it's Doctor Who or, as Mahler now calls it, Nurse What, or Acolyte, I just watch stuff through YouTube creators now. This is from a guy who cosplayed seeing Force Awakens the first time. Disney murders enthusiasm. Yes, enthusiasm is definitely a casualty of the canon wars. And it's a damn sad thing, John. It's a damn sad thing. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate you a lot. And I'm sorry. I call it, Mahler calls it Nurse What. I call it Dr. Not. To me, that works better, but to each his own. Trevin Lane with a $20 super chat. Thank you. Trevin Lane says, hail DC and panel. I have to point out that Favreau did not invent the Witches of Dathomir. They were made in the Zahn novels and canonized in the DLC of the game Star Wars Empire at War in the early 2000s. Fair enough, Trevin Lane. Thank you for that correction. I did not know that. I have not read the other Zahn novels or played Star Wars Empire at War, but I do know that Dave Filoni, if the reports are correct. He introduced these witches to the Acolyte, and oh man, oh what a fucking disaster! What a fucking disaster! And this is the guy that we thought was the salvation of Star Wars. Oh man, wow. He is not. He is not. Maji-chan gifted 5 Overlord DVD memberships to this channel. Thank you so much, Maji-chan, and hail to you, Maji-chan. Big Daddy MRI. It's been an arch villain of mine for 50 months now. Holy shit, Big Daddy MRI. God bless you, brother. And he says, hail, Doomcock. I've hit the big 5-0. Imagine that. Happy birthday to Big Daddy MRI. Everybody put a big BD in the chat for Big Daddy MRI to wish him a very happy birthday. I don't know if today is the day, Big Daddy, or if it was a few days ago, or what the circumstances are. I'm sorry that I didn't get to shout you out, but we'll make a big deal of it on Friday Night Frolics. So God bless you, Big Daddy MRI, and happy birthday. Happy birthday, brother. God dang. What a great guy. Hit the big 5-0. Damn. God bless you, Big Daddy MRI. A half century of wisdom and excellence under your belt. Let's make it another 50, shall we? Oh, wait. Big Daddy MRI says, no, 50 months of being with you, Doomcock. I'm sorry I misunderstood. Yeah, 50 months, 5-0. There you go. Well, I thought it was your birthday, buddy. I thought you were talking about you hit 50. Well, God bless you, Big Daddy MRI, and thank you for being a channel member for 50 long months. Regardless, sorry I misunderstood, buddy. Thank you for that. And SFX F314 Sabretooth Raptor with a $5 super chat. Thank you, brother. Says Mexican Iron Man teaching accounting on the tube is more entertaining than Acolyte and extremely educational. Oh. That is, if he did teach accounting on the tube. FYI. Uh-oh. I think they're trying to make Mexican Iron Man a YouTuber.
Yeah. I see that sneak. Not happening.
It was very sneaky, dude.
That was actually... and like it had me all like reading that. Like I'm like, oh, it is. Oh no, you don't.
Yeah,
pretty slick.
That's it was sneaky. Very well done. Saul Shymek with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Saul. Says palate cleanser, the Star Lost from 1973. Show about passengers of a generational starship trying to learn about the vessel after an accident and prevent disaster. Pretty solid for the time it was made. Yeah, as I recall, Saul Shymek, I think that Harlan Ellison was involved in that show, if I'm not mistaken. But I could be mistaken. I have been drinking. Thank you, Saul Shymek, and hail to you, my friend. Robert, 359, with a $10 super chat there. 3rd super chat ever. Thank you, Robert. Robert says, hail all. Late trivia. In the anime Gross und Panzer, the night before the big battle, one of the tank crews watched Kelly's Heroes. Also, in an earlier episode, a girl gives her name as Sergeant Oddball. Very cool. Harkening back to our last movie of the week, Kelly's Heroes, a wonderful war movie and kind of a counterculture war movie. You know, it was remarkable. It was my first time seeing it, and I was blown away. Thanks to Gary Ambrosia for suggesting that, or whoever suggested Kelly's Heroes. I forget who it was, but hell of a choice. Michael Beacom with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Michael says, I dialed out of Doctor Who in the 70s with Peter Davidson. Whovians have given me grief for years for not coming back in, but ever since Jodie Whittaker, they've gone quiet, and I am vindicated. No regrets. Hail to you, Michael Beacom, nor should you have any regrets, sir. I can confirm that you were wise to stay the fuck away. And TLJ Screwjob's been a channel member of mine for 21 months now. Thank you, my friend. Says Disney mocked this Doctor Who first meeting stuff in Frozen. Well, that was Disney of old. That was Disney when it was actually a viable and for-profit company. You know, times have changed, man. Times have definitely changed. And Crimson Phantom with a $20 super chat and a $5 super chat, 2 in a row. Thank you very much, Crimson Phantom. Crimson Phantom says, my greatest fear for the finale is that Ruby is the trickster's daughter But because she's been raised right, she's going to sacrifice herself to save the universe while the doctor sits back and cries. Dude, I think that's inevitable. I think you've called it, dude. I mean, because Ruby ain't coming back next season. So, yeah, I think the doctor's going to sit on his ass and cry as Ruby saves the fucking universe. I think that's inevitable. And Crimson Fandom also says, I like the idea of the pantheon of discord, but of course, like anything modern, the execution is terrible. Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. All right. Well, we put it off as long as we can, but now it's time to get to the fucking Acolyte. So, what is this? Scissor Subaru and Sappho Subaru. What is this?
We're witch twins.
Oh wow!
Identical
wow,
witch twins.
You do look alike. You definitely do look alike.
I've got the hand gestures.
Yeah. They look like gang signs, but okay.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug. That's all I'm gonna say.
I am Caesar Subaru. Together with my sister / life partner Sappho, we shall destroy the patriarchy with our plot armor and my Acolyte saber.
Wow. Well, that is something.
Take that,
Wow.
patriarchy.
Yeah, the patriarchy is dealt with. There's no doubt about it. Well, holy smokes, folks. This is something. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna pull up. Let me see if I can find the right. Okay, hold on a sec here. I gotta find the right screen things here. Okay, so let me add this to the screen and we'll get started here. All right. So here we are on Brendock, 16 years earlier. This is Acolyte episode 3, folks. Acolyte episode 3. And here we've got a very distinctive special effects tree that doesn't look like any other tree in the forest. I don't know where maybe they got it over at Michael's or I don't know.
It's the tree. It's the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's Adam and Eve?
We don't need no Adam.
It's
Eve and Eve.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Or Adam and Steve. Take your pick.
Or
He did pick the fruit, so
or Amanda in Eve.
Yeah. Amanda and Eve. Okay. Well, it looks cheap as hell and phony, but okay. So we've got the twins. We've got Osha, and we've got Osha. They're using the Force to fuck with the kind of alien birder flies, whatever you call them. I don't know. And there's May, like meanly screwing with the flying birds or birder flies or whatever you'd call them. And here comes one of the
killer.
Yeah. It's weird. And welcome, Nick. It's good to see you, buddy.
Yep, y'all too. Glad to be here.
Andy and Nick, we were too lost in the wonderland of Doctor Who to welcome you when you came in, but welcome to both of you.
Yeah.
And so the mom is like, hey, y'all aren't supposed to be out here. There's men folk about, in the woods, and some of them are Jedi.
Excuse me, it's the horny mom.
Yes, it is the horny mom as
the horny
opposed to the spooky mom.
Darth Mom.
And meanwhile, there is one of the aforementioned men who are like, I don't know why he's hiding. Because, later they come strolling in and, there's 4 of them and it's one-on-one. If he was concerned about, the kids are being homeschooled, which appears to be the problem here, he could just go and, take her on and test the kids and, process them and all. Because in this episode, I'm just going to cut to the chase. I'm going to build a hypothesis here, and I want to see what you guys think about it in the chat and in the panel. But they don't only like present the Jedi as, cosmic CPS workers, going on child protective services and, basically taking the kids away if they're, being homeschooled inappropriately, or if they have Jedi skills, taking them to, train them as Jedis. But they're basically, in my opinion, it looks very strongly that before this episode's over, these 4 Jedi are going to be murderers. So we'll see, and I'll present the evidence. Nick, anything to add about that opening scene?
I mean, these Jedi are just stalking young children. I mean, it's kind of creepy, but whatever. It is Disney, so I guess shouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah, no, I guess not. Yeah, it's like he's hiding there like the motherfucker from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
Yeah,
the
like
child snatcher with the net.
Like a perv in the bushes, staring at kids. Like, what's going on here?
It's got a
Hanging
white
out on
van
the
behind the tree.
And meanwhile, inside this giant stone urethra, they have this colony of space. I since there's no men, I assume that they're space lesbians, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing at all. But you know what is wrong? Osha and May in the main show are identical twins played by the same actress. So what the fuck happened here? These are not identical twins.
Power
They're
too.
not identical, not at all. So were they so incompetent that they couldn't just cast some actual twins to keep it consistent? What did they grow into being identical later?
Yeah. They couldn't find identical twins to check off the proper boxes, so they just had to settle for these 2.
Typical Chud, mincing words and details.
And then they're making spice cream, which isn't spice in the Star Wars universe a drug?
Yeah,
that it is.
Uh-oh. The
Love
worms
is
and the
drug I'm
spice.
thinking of.
Is there a connection? Not on this show, no.
Does that make them the Spice Girls?
Wow. I thought
And now
shooting was
here's their-
low-hanging fruit, but geez.
Oh, I know, man.
Man.
Oh,
And
I've
here
seen
we've
that
got-
picture. He is.
I know it, man. And here we've got the other mother. 2 women produced these twins. And this is like the leader of the, this is the, number 1 mommy as opposed to the number 2 mommy, the horny mommy. And there they are, talking, and it's like, hey, I found them out, outside, and you're too soft on them, you're being nice to them because she was being sweet to them, and they disobeyed, and the Jedi are around, and she's like, hush, little darling, don't you cry, and I will sing a lullaby or some shit. I don't know. So there you go. Meanwhile, now this scene really made me laugh, and I want you guys to comment on this because here she is, lecturing these girls about the thread. And instead of the force, it's a thread. And it doesn't it's not a force, it's a skein that you can pull to manipulate things, and here she is demonstrating the thread to levitate a ball. And the thing that really killed me about this scene, guys, is these girls do this shit all the time. They were out there doing the bird, so its mommy is like showing them a trick that is really not impressive at all. So what the fuck is this scene? Yeah. She's telling them exposition that they've already heard a million fucking times, and they're like already like pulling not just inanimate balls, but actually like fucking around with, living things and birds and shit. So what's the point of this? Was anyone else embarrassed by this scene when they saw it?
Oh, it was terrible.
Stupid.
Yeah.
They assume the audience has a collective intelligence of 5, Doomcock.
Yeah. I mean, what did y'all think when you saw this? Look at this. It's like she's so fucking impressed. Look at me. I can levitate a fucking ball. And the girls are like, yeah, Ma, whatever.
I found it stunning and brave.
Oh.
Yeah, but it wasn't really stunning and brave, was it? I mean, this is painful. And it's like, okay, and now I'm going to demonstrate the power of one. And like she gets some sap to come up and like pushes her back. Okay. Ooh, the power of one. Okay. So now it's like, okay, and now can we have the two step up and the one knocks them back? So what exactly is the power of two? What mathematically, this is not adding up for me. Can somebody help explain this to me?
Well, math
because
is
I don't
sexist.
understand it. What?
Math is sexist.
Yeah.
Seriously, who can explain this to me?
It's the power of pine sol, baby.
No, nobody can. What is the point of this, and what does any of this mean? What story? What is this building to? What series of events is building to an actual piece of story in this?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
That's the big problem. You're asking the question that no one can answer. Nobody knows what the fuck this is about.
No.
So you're saying this is supposed to make sense. Like,
well, I'm just asking. Like, okay, the power of one, and she knocks back one. Okay, so shouldn't the power of two be able to knock her back? But no, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't really.
Or if she said the power of two, and then the other mother got up there and like pushed back like four of them or something. You know, it doesn't make sense. The power of two. Well, there's two there. The power of two obviously isn't jack shit because you pushed them back anyways. So what's this even mean?
What does that mean?
That and it's just a show off of her power, so you'll think that she's the all powerful leader, which that's all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then why have it be? She deliberately is saying the power of one and the power of two. Well, the power of two ain't shit.
Nope.
I mean, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
This is not even mathematically sound.
Yeah.
And so like the girls like push back and they can do it. Okay, whatever. Jesus. And then so now we've got her, basically saying OHHA is like, yeah, it's like time for your, ascension. You're going to become a witch in our coven here. And she's like, yeah, I'm not so sure I want to really be a witch, Huh? Say what? And so, they're preying on it here, I guess. They're doing some weird, this is just a random shot, and it has no context at all.
I want to be a dentist.
Praying to the giant hole, I think it's very significant to these kind of people. Yeah.
Well, maybe I don't. It's possible. And here we go. It looks like the mountain is laughing at them. Like, oh God, this is a shit show, doesn't it? See, it's like eyes, and it's like, oh Christ, I can't believe I'm in this fucking show.
And can somebody explain to me how the Jedi said they thought this place was uninhabited, like nobody lived here, but then they're here and they're living in this giant mountain castle. Where did the mountain castle come from? Did they build it?
I don't know. I don't know. That's.
I bet you.
I suspect they did not build it because I didn't see their ass crack showing on any of them.
No.
Usually the handyman's got the ass crack showing, But, okay, now here we come. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many. One of the, how many of you burst out laughing out loud when you heard that?
I did,
hilarious.
Literally. Literally.
I literally did, dude. Why?
Yeah.
The only thing I could think of was the power of pine sol, baby.
Yeah.
Well, two things on this real quick. Number one, it's hilarious and it's stupid, but the other aspect, I sat here, I was like, okay, your cultist ceremony involving children on a show, Star Wars, that was made for children, sponsored by Disney, which is an entertainment brand for children. Is this real appropriate for children? Wouldn't this be, TV 13, TV 14 if it were on regular TV. I just was like, what's going on here? Why are you showing this?
I think, Robert,
Yeah.
they absolutely intend for children to watch this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
I think
what
they
makes
do.
that's what makes your question truly sick.
Yeah, and then the funniest thing is they released it as a single, and they had advertising. Oh, celebrate your Father's Day with this music from the Acolyte, "The Power of Two,"
With two moms.
with
We
two
don't need no
moms.
man.
Yeah.
So,
And
that was
apparently
great.
the kids were created by the Force, which, basically fucks up the whole Anakin Skywalker being the chosen one, spawned by the Force and everything. So,
Doomcock, to me, that's the most surprising thing about this episode is I'm surprised they kept the kids. Because at this point, they're not even real Jedi. They're just a clump of midichlorians.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, good point.
They would have been at the
Midichlorian
Imperial Planned
culture,
Parenthood in
yeah.
2 seconds. These
Yeah, abortion is healthcare, right?
right? Yeah. That'll be the
guess
next
so.
episode.
Yeah. And so, this is painful. I laughed. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. How did this get through? How did this get?
Oh, come on, you know how.
No,
At this point,
You want to know something funny? There was actually one of the writers for the episode 4 actually was speaking out on Twitter and answering questions about the horrible writing and stuff, to the point to where StarWars.com literally had to put out a article based on her comments to clarify. So in those comments, she was talking about how the story group and Dave Filoni has to sign off on everything and approve everything before it gets done. So not only did these people write this crap, but the story group and Dave Filoni approved it. That's from one of the official writers of episode 4 of this crap.
yeah.
So F Dave Filoni. I'm no faith or hope in him changing or doing anything for Star Wars.
Oh yeah, for sure. I've abandoned all hope of phony Filoni doing anything good at all.
I'm curious about one thing.
Yes.
Okay, so we saw Horny Mom, who later on in the show, she proclaims that I carried them. Okay,
Mhm.
now, in normal reproductive activities, there's biological material from the father, biological material from the mother. However, if we're incorporating magic and just magic into there, which of course we don't know the specifics about how this was achieved, wouldn't they look kind of like clones of Horny Mom?
Yeah.
But they've got no horns and the complexion of other mom.
Yeah.
It's just a little biological thing that's just kind of I'm fuzzy with, like my lovely locks.
Well, it's the it's the Force. It's not biological. So it's
But it is
magic.
female. But it is female.
That it is.
It is female. The Force is female, as anyone who is not a racist, sexist, or phobist knows. So here we go. They're all doing the power of one, the power of two, the power of many. And here they come dressed up in some spare costumes left over from Flash Gordon in the 80s. And,
if one can only wish.
yeah, I know. God.
Yeah, we
Never
could
thought
surely use
Flash Gordon
Brian.
would seem.
We could
What?
surely use Brian Blessed at this moment, couldn't we?
You'd be like, what the hell is this?
The High School Musical freaking play dance routine was just so cringe. I was just like, oh, how
It
did
was
any of
horrible.
this get approved?
I that's the thing. You'd think that you have to watch this shit over and over again when you're editing it and everything. And wouldn't at some point, no matter how heavily they were drinking, at one point they'd be sober enough to say, hey, this is bad.
Doomcock,
No.
there's actually a correction that was issued utilizing the thread of the Force.
Yes.
I have an actual spool of the actual thread here.
Wow.
Oh,
As you can see,
Look
I
at
have an
that.
actual thread. I am Hi guys, I am Mexican. I am Raven, and I would using the thread of the Force like to lead us in the song. Now,
At this point, I just have to
Force
inject one
the
thing,
Force-
Mike.
the Force is Mexican, and it is a thread. And I would like to lead us all in the song. The power of one tortilla, the power of two tortillas, the power of many.
I'm blown away. Blown away.
wow.
Wow.
I got chills, man.
Move.
Oh boy.
Hey, with that thread, did it start in Santa Poco where they made all the uniforms for Three Amigos?
You know, on a planet inhabited by lesbian witches, you would think the thread's antithesis isn't that scissors?
I'm not sure. That's right. A thread and scissors go together. It's true.
Yeah.
So anyway, now the Jedi come and spoil the party. Now we've got four. I count 1, 2, 3, 4 Jedi, and God knows how many of these witches. But as we know, the power of 2 is not greater than the power of 1, or the power. It's mathematically challenged, and the Jedi know this, and they're all like, oh shit, they're going to take our kids, and there's nothing that we can do about it because the power of many ain't shit. And there's Carrie Moss basically, saying, hey, I'm Trinity, don't fuck with me. And there's Saul, and he sees, he says, if there's any girls here, kids here, please step forward. So Ohhhh does, and he basically pulls out his lightsaber and shows it to her. She says, Saul, don't, but he's like, no, I'm not going to attack. And he hands it to her, and she's like, damn, I want a lightsaber. Meanwhile, they take over this Jedi briefly. He gets, black eyes and, drops to his knees, and then they, decide, no, we better not do that. And he's like, what the fuck? And they say, so we're going to test these kids, and, we're going to come back and, with your permission, of course, but, it's kind of implied. That's the thing, Nick. I mean, they seemed like they were asking permission, but the implication was that it was some form of tyranny. What was your opinion about it?
No, 100%. It was like tyranny. And the thing is, I mean, you got one of the Ohhhh who's saying, I don't want to go through this ceremony. I want to go with the Jedi. The Jedi are good. Then the May's like, no, the Jedi are evil. They're bad. And then the mother who's like, she can make her own decisions, but then she turns around and is like, no. And then basically tries to groom her into basically going through with the ceremony thing. And then then the Jedi come in and, basically are wanting to see them to test them and take them. It was just all weird. And then Soul giving a kid a deadly weapon like a lightsaber, hey, here's my dangerous weapon for you to play with.
Yeah.
None of it made any sense. The whole thing from start to finish was dumbfounding.
Yeah. Very, very bizarre. Very bizarre. So anyway, she said, I forget what this, she said something along the lines of, well, maybe the girls need to fail the test, just
Yeah.
fake it and fail the test. Even though used to be the test was midi-chlorians, I mean, that's all that, Qui-Gon Jinn did with Anakin is just take his blood, and the midi-chlorian count was super high. And it's well, he's strong in the Force, and that was it. But now it's a two-tier test. So anyway, she's saying, hey, fail the test. And Ohhh's like, but I want to be a Jedi. And May's like, no, I'm going to fail the test. So May fails the test. Ohhh passes the test. After, she initially fails, but then Saul knows she's holding back. And he's like, do you want to stay in this daffy place where, it's always dark and they're talking about the power of many, and they can't do math. And don't you want to do math, OSHA? And she's like, yeah, I'd like to be able to do math. He's like, well, come with us, and we'll teach you how to count. And so, you know, she's like, I want a solid education. I want to do math. And May's like, you traitor. Math is for traitors. So May is pissed that, you know, she didn't throw it. There's Wookiee.
The Wookiee with the twat knot. I love it.
Yeah. I actually think it's more like a pompadour. You know, it's kind of like, you know, he's the Jack Lord of Wookiees.
I wonder if you can use a Gillette razor for
Hair
that.
too. Like a
Yeah, I don't know. Well, OSHA's like, we'll go ahead and I'm going to go. It's like, well, okay, whatever. This is so weird. I mean, this episode is just ridiculous. So anyway, here we come to the big, ta-da. So OSHA's packing. I want to present my case and then throw this up for discussion. So OSHA's, packing to leave. And then May's like, you're not going anywhere. I'll stop you. How are you going to stop me? I'll kill you. And then she locks her in her room and sets a fire. Because like stone burns so well. Stone. Oh, geez. There's nothing worse than a fire in a solid stone cave. It just.
It wasn't very tolerant when your sister comes out as a Jedi.
Yeah, really not tolerant at all. So OSHA, while the flames are raging over the stone with no flammable material, but hey, it's space magic. And she opens up a little air vent or something and crawls through. All right, so she's running through and shit is inexplicably blowing up from the I don't see any fire. Why is it blowing up, dude?
One fire was started outside the door, and now everything's fucking blowing up.
Yeah, that lantern and that piece of paper caused all of this. Like this is a mountain with stone and caves. I could take a lantern and a piece of paper in my drywall wood house, and the fire wouldn't have spread that quickly.
Well, maybe these ladies decided to build their house on flammable stone.
You're giving them too much credit, man. They don't understand basic math. So why are they going to know thermodynamics? Like,
it really is bad. I mean, whenever I've gone over to Lowe's, they've advised me, well, stay away from this stone. It's flammable. So,
see if you can form some sort of rudimentary lathe.
Only if only the rebellion had a lantern and some paper for the Death Star.
Oh my gosh. We wouldn't have even had a movie, man. Gosh.
Man.
Oh shit.
Smart.
If they'd have set a fire in the Death Star,
So where's the tension in this scene? There's no flames, no fire. They appear to be on two separate things, and the bridge is out, but that's about it. There's nothing.
How did the fire knock out the bridge?
Yeah, exactly.
Science.
No.
I didn't even think of that. Why didn't I think of that? This is so
fire
stupid.
became lava.
Yeah, and I don't see any fire, and it's refreshingly free of smoke.
What the hell happened behind the door there? Look at, there's all like, there's equipment, there's a door exploded and stuff. Did we ever see that? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd been one thing if they built their place and they didn't realize it was a dormant volcano and some explosion happened to cause it to erupt. But that's not this.
For God's sake, we just made up the fact that there was a fictional volcano to explain what the fuck happened in this episode. You see how far we're going, folks?
Yeah,
this is how ridiculous this show has gotten.
Yeah.
Well, maybe.
Oh my God.
They borrowed it
This
from
is
Doctor
embarrassing.
Evil, man.
Well, we talked about, the flammable rocks and, this particular fire, what it was is sledge fire, as Peter Gabriel sang about way back in the day. sledge fire. You know, it has a ball peen
Oh my
hammer
God.
of.
We have another episode to get through. Please, let's just go.
All right.
More.
Oh,
More.
you know, OSHA says, you know, the Jedi are good, and May says the Jedi are bad, and that's actual quotes. That's actual dialogue. And so the bridge somehow collapses because I don't know why. I don't know. There's like apparently maybe some fire down there.
The metal bridge. The metal bridge.
Yeah, the metal bridge. Yeah. It just and so OSHA's going down and Saul catches her.
Whoa, wait.
Pulls her up.
Wait till they're of age.
and then like hurrying her like past piles of dead bodies that are not singed and are not burned.
How did
and
they
he's
die?
like, well, that's the question.
The patriarch killed them.
He's saying that basically that, you know, OSHA, you know, that May set the fire and they all died. And he's hurrying her through here like the mountain is going to collapse from fire at any moment. I mean, honestly, isn't that right?
We gotta hurry and get out of this stone, this
Yes.
flammable stone mountain here. Like it's dangerous.
Yeah.
Look, all these witches just died
God.
from smoke inhalation. We gotta
What
go.
smoke?
Who fed the Gnome King the chicken?
Smokeless inhalation.
Yeah.
And look, here's like a whole shit ton. There they are hustling out, and there's all these like dead witches just lying there unburned. I don't see any smoke. I don't see any fucking flames, right?
Yeah.
So
No
that is
clue how
why-
they're gonna explain that.
Well, the explanation is the Jedi killed them all. They're murdered.
I don't even see any lightsaber damage on any of them, though.
Well, they hit it, but I'm just saying. Look. Oh, and there's some puddles of fire, right? And that's the urgency to get out. And there's like Mama who's lying there dead. It's like, don't look.
Go back one picture. Is that the Human Torch right over there in the middle?
Yeah.
Flame on.
Yeah.
Johnny
Johnny
Storm.
Nick. That's Shooty Gatwa. There he is, right there.
Yeah.
But look, you see this? You see these little islands of fire? This is not a natural disaster. This is the backdraft attraction at Universal. You can see that there's a very clear path for the tourists and toddlers to make their way through
Yeah.
safely.
Yeah.
It's fucking look. I think they're going to set it up. There's a big secret. Why did that Jedi take poison and apologize? I think that either the Jedi massacred them, or they took they used the mind trick to get them to kill themselves, or it's going to be something ugly. It's going to be something slanderous against the Jedi. That's my opinion. And there she is, recovering, and Saul gives her the news that, hey, your sister perished in the flames that she started. She did it all, and that's basically it. Meanwhile, back at the tree, May says, "OSHA," looking all like confused and lost. So what do y'all think about this episode, and what do y'all have to say about this?
Well, I was thinking the other day when I watched this pile of shit, if the member berries were here, what would they say? And what they would be saying is, member plot, member story, member action.
I remember.
Member writing.
I
There
remember.
was not one action piece. There was not one, battle piece in this. There was nothing going on in this but them talking and, virtual scissor kicking or whatever they were doing. But there was nothing Star Wars going on in this. There was no cool ship fights. There was no, planet jump. Like, what the fuck are we watching?
Not Star Wars.
Yes, that's
Mike,
correct.
There's no Star Wars in it. Mike, what do you think of this episode?
Bro, I got to tell you, like, I experienced maximum cringe when they did The Power of One, The Power of Many. The whole thing is just, it is the most ridiculous. I got to tell you, I'm probably more mad at the Doctor Who episodes because because I don't know. I've been seeing so much bad Disney Plus crap. But this thing here, I cannot believe they gave these people $180 million, Doomcock. $180 million. And this is what we got. It is cringe. It is lame. It is clear to me that no one on this staff, whether it's an actress, whether it's the writers, whether it's the directors, no one here has any idea what the heck the DNA of Star Wars is. There's no strong men. There's no guiding light or principle. Everything's gray and everything's crap. I did see this episode twice.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Okay, I did watch it twice because the first time through, I could feel like I was just dreading it. So I was kind of like, one eye kind of, So, but once I got through it, I said, okay, I'm gonna watch this again. And it's just trash out a whole other. It's just a whole other level. I cannot believe there are people that are defending this show at any level. Anybody that is defending this show, see, Nick and Coach, you guys are nice guys, and you'll be like, oh, if you like it, good for you. We respect you, blah, blah, blah. Mexican Iron Man doesn't play that game. Anybody that likes this has no taste in movies, has no taste in television, and has no business calling themselves a Star Wars fan because there is no star nor any wars in this horse shit. It sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. Sucks.
I agree entirely.
I think all this money's just being laundered. This $180 million to make this fucking pile of shit. Where's the money going? It's not on the screen.
yeah. And the thing is, they spent $180 million, for this, Kill Bill / Frozen, conception that they're talking about, and this murder mystery. The only mystery in this, because we already know who the murderer is, but the only mystery here is, where did the $180 million go? That's the only mystery of this entire show.
Kill Bill with lightsabers would have been fucking awesome. You know why?
Oh, God,
because every 12 minutes there's a badass fight scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that would have at least been acceptable.
Yep.
I don't know what y'all are saying about the $180 million. I mean, according to my spies, this thing was shot like 3 different versions, 3 different times, basically. And so, they're saying 270 million minimum.
Oh, I believe that.
We're
because
just playing devil's advocate.
Going off of the green light approved budget. That's before shooting and before reshoots and before anything else. So your numbers, Doomcock, I'm sure are 100% way more accurate than what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just the official budget release.
Right. And that was the same number from way back when.
That's the rumor. That's the rumor.
But the whole thing, I don't care about any of these characters. There's no reason for me to get invested in any of them. The story's so flat. Did anybody feel anything for the 2 twins when they lost all their family?
Absolutely not.
Nope.
There was no emotional connection to anything or anybody in the show between the characters in the show or the audience and the characters. There's no human connection.
Talk. We got a 911. Doug's got to go. He's got a little personal thing he's got to go handle real quick.
Who?
Yeah, sorry. Emergency thing has occurred. I got to go deal with it.
Sorry, Doug.
Sorry, buddy. Love you, man. Take care.
Thank you. And,
see you, Doug.
Talk to you guys next week.
Take care, Doug.
Hang in there, buddy.
Okay, bye-bye.
Damn, sorry, buddy. Shit. Well, that's heartbreaking. Sorry to lose Doug, because really wanted to get his take on this stuff. But what do you guys think about my theory that they're setting up the Jedi to have murdered these women? Because the way it could possibly be sheer incompetence. That, like the fire is ridiculous. The stone is ridiculous. The fact that they're not burned could just be inconsistent makeup, and and the fact that there's not enough smoke could just be shitty production and bad writing. But then why did the Jedi kill himself with poison and apologize to her? Why does Saul seem so guilty and like his conscience is killing him?
It seems plausible what you're saying, not only because that's how it looks, with the construction of the story thus far, but it fits with their narrative too.
Right.
It fits with their whole bullshit message of, what you thought was good is not good.
Yeah.
And this actually happened. This is canon. They slaughtered all these women. So that's on you. You know what I mean? Like that seems like their little bullshit agenda, rewriting Star Wars history and shit like that.
Oh,
Fucking
just
losers.
wait till we get to the next episode talking about
God.
rewriting Star Wars history.
Yeah, no shit.
Oh, yeah.
No shit.
For sure. Andy, anything else to say about this before we move on? Tony, go ahead, Andy.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so there's a lot going on here now with George Lucas based all this stuff on Zen Buddhism, which is apparent. Like, so we know that he, if you read up on the creation of Yoda and all the stuff, like the original casting for Obi-Wan Kenobi was supposed to be Toshiro Mifune. And he was using a lot of these elements. They took the image of Yoda and based him off of this Asian sage, this Chinese sage picture, and they just kind of transformed into an alien and made Yoda into, and everything Yoda spouts is right out of the Tao Te Ching. It's all about the connections, everything like that. And it carried through into episode 1 when he created Qui-Gon Jinn, which is just like you added a U to Qigong, which is the study of energy moving through the body. You had Jinn, which is like a term for energy that's manipulated. One of the characters in Dex's Cantina is Hermione Bakwa, which Bakwa is a system, a fighting system. Bakwa Zhang is a fighting system, means 8 trigram palm. So George thumbed through a lot of these. Oh, I like this word, but he kept it within this framework. So it has this root of Buddhist monks and basically their the whole idea of avoiding attachment, because attachment causes suffering. Well, apparently nobody read this and nobody took these ideas and said, oh, that's the force. This whole thing is Leslie Headland's therapy session for why she doesn't get along with her sister. It makes no sense. It has no continuity. And there's all these people out there that are attacking us on Twitter, calling us chuds and shit like that, because we're not seeing the greatness that is this wonderful thing. There's an existing canon. There's an existing storyline, which we'll touch on next episode, sadly, but they don't follow the rules with it. There's a reason that they go and they ask these kids, look, it's funny too, because in a world where there's certain factions that are terrified of children having dangerous things, and yet here are these children with very dangerous things, as you saw, squishing the butterfly birds, and you're not going to train them how to use that. That's why, if somebody comes along and says, oh, your kid is gifted with this, and there could be some problems if they don't learn how to handle that power. And I think this is fundamentally the essence of this, because young boys, as the father of a son who has a little sister and stuff, I had to take my son aside and I had to say to him, listen, in a couple years, you're going to become much stronger. You're going to become much more powerful. And there's a potential that you could hurt your sister without even trying. And you have to understand, you have to wield this power responsibly. And every man that goes out in the world, which is the vast majority of us, that does not use our inherent excessive power to subjugate other people. But this is a lesson that boys have to learn. And through every medium, in every classic hero story, it teaches boys how to keep that power in check. And that's what they don't get, because women never get this story. Women are told to embrace their emotions, embrace all this stuff. Well, when you you see it every day. You see it when men do not control their emotions, what happens? And that's the problem that it has with this. It's it took a valuable element that men should teach their sons. And Star Wars was for boys. Yes, girls liked it and girls were welcome in it. But it was a message to the boys, a classic message to the boys. And they've shit all over that because they don't see any value in it. Well, you don't see any value in it until you want to complain about how there are specific, oh, would you rather have the man or the bear and go into the woods with? Well, tell you what, try one of each and let me know how that works out. But yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah. No, I hear you, man. Tony, anything to add?
It's not Star Wars, and it's never going to be Star Wars. No matter how they slice it up, no matter how they divvy it out, it's a shit sandwich that I feel like we all are eating together. And we see the generation that this is pandered to. We see these kids that are growing up whenever their parents are too busy to monitor what they're watching, and they let old Disney Plus be the babysitter. And, and you wonder why. I see things on Twitter all the time. I've seen this one kid struggle with a hand-operated can opener on a can of giant green beans for like 2 minutes. Well, no, cat, shush. For like 2 minutes. And like, he struggled with it. And there was like a group of kids all sitting around him, cross-legged. And by the time that he finally popped the top off of that can, they all stood up and they gave golf claps. And I'm like, what am I watching? Is this what these kids are doing? Is this the kind of kids that are being raised by this crap?
Yeah.
And
I guess they're the kind of kids that'll grow up to write this kind of crap.
Yeah. It's just the blind leading the blind. Hold on. I think Wokey the Wookiee wants to say something.
That's all right. Okay, Wokey the Wookiee. Let's go ahead and move on to the next one. It'll go a lot faster because hardly anything happens. I mean,
no kidding.
Hardly any damn thing happens on this thing.
Nothing happens in this show.
So let's just run through it real fast. On Kofar, basically, they're reviewing the thing. It's like May, was trained by somebody. But she's undisciplined, etc., and so on. Vernestra, who is the boss of all of them, right? Because you got to have a girl boss. You can't have a man in charge anymore. Basically, is telling Saul, yeah, well, so what? And Saul's like, well, I want to go and we got to get her, and we got to go ahead and figure out who trained her, and I want to go. And here. Tell us about this, Nick. Here's an amazing canon violation that they did just for the show. Are you there, Nick?
Nick might be stepping.
I think he had to go.
He said 5 minutes, guys.
Okay.
Well, I can cover it, but they changed
it too. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Kai Mundi, who wasn't even born yet in canon, and yet what happened not long after this, while we were on streams talking about this last night after the episode aired, they went back to Wikipedia, the Star Wars encyclopedia, and changed his birth date so that he could be in the Acolyte. So a Lucas created character who is like 70 years old in episode 1 was aged 40 years, so they can put him right here.
But what they couldn't change is the little stats card that comes with the action figure back in the 90s or early 2000s that says that he's 70 years old. That's how dumb these people think we are,
Yeah. Sorry, guys, I had to step away real quick, but I was listening. But what they were saying is 100% correct. And funny thing is, while we were live last night talking about the episode, there were people in our chat that were on the Wikipedia page, was reading it, showing it the same information as what Gary was talking about on the action figure, and literally they refreshed it and it was updated to fit Leslie Headland's crappy canon story. So they literally changed it on the Wikipedia site last night after the episode already dropped.
Yep.
And this character,
and the thing is, that's not even the biggest travesty. The biggest travesty is his line in the Phantom Menace talking about the Sith haven't been seen in a millennia when he's involved in this whole situation. So none of it makes sense at all. And that's what fans are even more pissed off about.
Well, that
Yeah.
plays into what Doomcock was saying, his theory about how they're going to make this some kind of cover-up conspiracy to where the Jedi have been lying to people for ages and
Yeah.
they're evil.
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Lovely.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Just like Anakin
it's-
said, in my view, the Jedi are evil. Well, then you are lost.
Well, then you have seen the Acolyte. You know, I mean, that's what he's telling you, you know.
Exactly.
You read the scripts, you know. But so Saul wants to go and bring her back and figure out who trained her. Meanwhile, May is on the Wookiee planet there, being led by, you know, this guy who I guess is pals with the Master or may even be the Master. Who knows?
Ezra Miller Light.
Yeah, yeah, basically. And there's I mean, literally, all they're doing is tromping through to go and find the Wookiee and kill him. And there's some kind of weird thing about how she needs to kill one of the Jedi without a weapon. And she's worried about it. Didn't you kill a Jedi without a weapon? Didn't you get him to take poison? I mean, mission accomplished. What the fuck is... They can't even keep track of their own shit.
No, they can't.
I mean, this is embarrassing. You know, and this is really... I mean, this is a painfully bad episode when you get right down to it. So she's going to go and try to figure out how to kill this Wookiee without a weapon. And he's like, you know, okay, well, you'll figure it out. Meanwhile, all this is a bunch of conversations between two people. Saul is like, hey, I need you to come and help me with May. And she's like, I just want to leave. And you know, he's like, please. And she's like, okay.
You know, another thing Doomcock to mention is, you know, you're right. This whole fucking series so far has been an assembly of just little scenes between two people.
Yeah.
But it's amazing to me how awkward everybody is toward every other person. It's like they don't even know how to communicate with another human being. You know, if you look at Star Wars, you know, when Leia hasn't seen Luke for a while, she'll run up and give him a hug. You know, she embraces him, you know, and he kind of holds her by the shoulders. She's like, what is it? No, just ask me another time. It's good to see you. You know, like there's some kind of love. Every single time somebody has a conversation with somebody in this show, like I think it was one of the young sisters came to visit one of the younglings that's training, the one with the horns in her head.
Yeah.
And
who likes her.
Yeah, but they're great friends or something, and they're just so like, oh, well, okay, you came to say goodbye to me? Yeah, I did. That's how every fucking conversation is in this show.
It's terrible.
Nobody relates to anybody. We see negative relationships constantly. When do we ever see somebody embracing another person, putting their arm around them, patting them on the back, like having some kind of like, you know, body language of, hey, this is my friend, or hey, I love this person, or something.
Yeah.
Well, because they would have to
like
ask
that.
Permission to put their arm around.
Probably some fucking bullshit like that, because they're all, you know, they're all good little soldiers, you know, lining up in a line and doing exactly what they're being told. But seriously, there's no human warmth between any of these characters. And how great would it be, you know, a couple of these characters, let's just assume are going to die, right? Because that's how this shit goes. People die in movies. People die in shows. Well, the death has no value if you don't see the relationship between the two people as being great. Because then you didn't lose anything.
Yeah.
But that's how every single one of these fucking relationships are between anybody in this show. They're 10 feet away from each other. It's a single shot and another single shot, and they're just so awkward. It's like they really have no fucking idea what to say to each other.
Yep.
And that does play a part. That does play a role. You know, if you're attracted to somebody, if you're young and you're inexperienced, and there is that moment. But you have to move on to another moment. It can't just be all awkward. It's like Shooty. It can't just be all tears. There has to be something. There has to be, you know, development. Characters get more comfortable with each other. Then something happens. Then they bond closer. That's the whole point.
Well, the other thing to add on to what you're saying, Gary, is it feels like every character is mopey and has some kind of emotional problem that they're bringing to the character and on the screen. And the story didn't have time to deal with any of those.
Yes.
And they're going, why should I be interested in this character? They're a mopey, whiny person who's not going to deal with whatever problem they keep bringing up.
And they have attitude toward each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like they just hate each other. They all talk to them. They all talk to each other like teenagers talking to their mom.
Yeah,
Like they don't wanna-
it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like a terrible CW show.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah. And it's like, our OSHA has the gun and the one Jedi's like, hey, that's Jedi property. I'm going to need that. Well, they're all on a trek and she doesn't have a weapon. Why do you care about taking her weapon away at that point? I just,
Yeah.
it's stupid. It feels like it's a high school play.
Yeah,
Well, but the
and then he
beings
says
of being relationships are just absent. They're not there.
Yeah, and then just a quick point on the gun thing. Just the simple fact that he says that's property of the Jedi. But then you have in Revenge of the Sith, Obi-Wan go, shooting Grievous with the gun and looking at the gun and tossing it like, oh, so uncivilized. The Jedi don't use blasters or guns ever.
Right.
How is the Jedi going to have, they don't have guns for weapons. They never have. Never, not one time.
It's a stupid piece of dialogue anyway. It really is.
Well, they have a problem with the shape of the lightsaber, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Probably so.
That's why
And
they
then
make
I
this
think the
wobbly thing.
Yeah. I think the reason they don't hug their co-stars is they're never sure if their co-star is CGI or not. You never know.
Yeah, right.
They
They're
don't want
probably
to
not
look
even
like
the same-
assholes, just like moving their hands through the air and there's nothing there. And that's a cell
Not
phone.
even in the
if I
same
ever
room
saw
or
one.
something. Yeah.
No, they're not. They're probably not even.
Jeez.
They're probably not even in the same room. You're probably right. Probably. I mean, for all we know, they're just delivering their lines, independently on green screen, and they're not even together.
Cinematic color forms.
Yeah, that would make sense, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they could be CGI like this little fuck. And here we have the
gerbil.
first money shot in the history of Star Wars.
Ooh, in the face.
Here we are.
In the face.
Ron Jeremy was well known for this. And,
Yeah, and apparently, I guess they really didn't kill Mr. Gopher from Caddyshack. He just went to the galaxy far, far away.
Yeah, it's good to see him getting work.
Yeah,
but Nick, dude, he's not all right. He's not all right.
No.
As opposed to the Gopher who, was all right.
Yeah,
Nobody
that's
worry
true.
about him.
Is that why they named him Bukkake?
Bukkake, the wet-nosed ferret. I don't know what to say. Let's just move on. It's meanwhile they're all standing and saying, hey, all of this shit. Nothing actually meaningful happens. So she comes along. They made her wear the clothes she doesn't want to wear, and they're saying, hey, we haven't heard from the Wookiee in a year, and he's not responding to our warnings, so we're going to go and.
Can I inject one thing there in that last scene?
Sure.
In the prequels, yes, everybody wore Jedi robes, but they were kind of unique. This is a freaking uniform.
they're all red shirt
same.
Jedis.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, exactly.
They'll all die.
The Expendables.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, that's a good point, Andy. That's a good point. And it's just embarrassing. So anyway, here they, go over to the Wookiee planet, and this guy, she's asking this guy, and, she looks bored, he looks bored.
I was waiting for him to
We're
be
bored.
like, I will give you 4 portions.
Yeah,
That
basically.
come out of his mouth. I was like, please don't say it.
I don't know. But the only one that's acting on this show is this gentleman right here.
He's the only one that
Master
hasn't. I haven't had issues with his acting. He's
No.
the only one.
He has a presence, and he doesn't even speak English. He's doing it phonetically, and he has more presence and genuine emotion. I can watch this guy the whole show. He really is outstanding.
I didn't know he didn't speak English.
No, this
doesn't
is his
even
first
speak
English speaking
Wow.
role.
Yeah.
ever.
I do like the girl with the white, all the white makeup, she's the girl that played X-23 in Logan.
Yeah,
Kind of grown up there.
Oh, okay.
But she does a competent job delivering her lines. There's actually something she's trying to work with in the dialogue she's got. But the problem that I have with that is like and my sympathies to like somebody trying to train to be a Jedi when they're going through like young adulthood and stuff. But flirtation should not be going on there between Osha and whiteface girl there with and somebody should be saying like, look, you need to, because that's all tied with loss, which is, I mean, it was proven out with Anakin. Like, that's what led to his downfall was his attachment, and that's why that rule is there for the Jedi. But there's supposed to be no vanity, and we had in the first episode, what's his face here with, the Yord was steam cleaning his robes so he looked snazzy. Like, no, that's vanity. The robes are supposed to be simple to represent that you're just a common person. It's just there's nothing fancy or anything about you.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be that humble, modest person. And everything about what they do here, it's like, and as they say later, like with conveniently Leslie Headland's wife is playing the wiser green leader of.
She's one of the worst actors too in the show.
Yeah, but she's showing you how a female green Jedi is better than Yoda, the male.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
But I mean, this whole thing, it's they can't help themselves but inject their messaging. Like, look, I'm sure that Leslie Headland doesn't like men, and I'm sure her tenure with Harvey didn't help. But she didn't blow the whistle on it. Like, she didn't. She cooperated later, but like she wasn't like leading a charge. So she's not a hero. She didn't risk herself with anything, and she's rewarded with this stuff. But this is just a therapy session for her. This is like every male character, with the exception of Squid Game guy here. Sorry, I don't remember his name. But he does.
I don't either. But he's very good.
Yes, he does. And like, but nobody has anything to work with. As Gary pointed out, these people don't know how to write. They don't know how to make connections. And I'm wondering, like, is this what their everyday life is like? Do they have anybody they actually talk with and emote with?
See, that's the problem, Andy. An actor can take bad writing and flip it a little bit. An actor can take a shitty piece of dialogue or a line that really doesn't make much sense, and they could put some kind of subtext on it. That's what a good actor can do. They're not even going there.
Yeah.
They're probably not even allowed to go there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They don't even realize how to do that. I can't tell you how many times I've seen shitty writing get turned around by a great actor.
Yeah. Well, hell, Harrison Ford, in just that, I love you. I know. It wasn't just the line. It was the delivery of the line.
Yeah.
It was the like we've talked about Casablanca and the emotion that, Humphrey Bogart pulls across his face in a fraction of a second, and you get it. But that's not here.
And that's rarely written. Rarely written. It's usually the actor that knows what the heck he's doing and works with the director. I don't think any of these actors understand that, or are they getting the opportunity to do that, if they do understand it.
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. This is a train wreck. It's a terrible story. There's just nothing here except this guy right here. I remain impressed with him. I think he's doing a marvelous job because he has so much humanity. I mean, when he hugs the girl, I feel like he really is feeling things. When he's like discussing these things, he looks extremely thoughtful. And I don't know. I'm very impressed with this guy. So anyway, the Wookiee is somewhere in the forest, as is
Fangorn.
Yes, pretty much. Wookiees are wont to be in the forest. So here's this guy wiping the liquid off his nose. No, he's sniffing the Wookiee's thong
underwear.
Yeah. to go and track him down.
Nectar.
I think we've
Yeah.
forgotten the fact that they literally rammed this thing's pronouns down the audience throat.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
You
Yeah.
right.
know,
Is
They're
he?
like-
I mean, they.
It's
yeah,
Bam.
So cringe.
yeah.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
whole thing was just horrible delivery on it to begin
Yeah.
with, too. I mean, it's
And
just
then
like,
she referred to it as Little Buddy later on, which
Yeah.
I've never
Right.
heard a woman called Little Buddy before.
Yeah,
No.
and also the thing is, earlier the Jedi said we have not heard from him in such and such amount of time, so they obviously know he's here. They obviously know where he is, but they have to land far away and get him to take them there and sniff and find the hut. Well, like that doesn't make sense. I mean, when OSHA freaking crash landed, they didn't need to get freaking Mr. Groundhog over here to freaking sniff out where she was. It just.
Well, here's the thing too, Nick. Like earlier in the episode, or a little bit later in this episode, OSHA, the amateur, out of practice Jedi who has never really achieved that level, with a Jedi Master and Jedi Knights there. What happened to that line of dialogue that Vader said? I feel a presence I have not felt since, and he trails off. Like,
Yeah.
they're on this planet. Sal knows there's Wookiee Jedi. They can't feel where they need the little gerbil guy to find them.
That's correct.
They don't have the technology. They can't use the Force. But there's OSHA. I sensed that bug thing that was going to come and get us. Thank
Yeah.
God we had the lightsaber fly swatter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
we're
the
gonna
lightsaber bug light.
Yeah.
he's hut in a clearing. Couldn't you fly over it and try and find it?
Well, here's the really embarrassing thing is they come to this forest and Saul says he's in there, and then one of them says, "How are we going to find him?" And I was like, "Well, you could use the Force, but." That didn't occur to anybody. I mean, literally, somebody says that line. I can't remember. I mean, they were facing away. I don't know who it was, and I was like, "You could try the Force, maybe," but that's. I just
thread.
laughed.
The thread.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Well, pull the thread. Pull the thread. Ed Wood
Jeez.
Jr. We need to do that movie. That was a great movie. So really, the rest of this is complete bullshit.
It's just them walking and talking.
Walking and talking. He's saying, "I need the gun back," and don't worry. He brought you here because you'll face her and you'll face yourself. Blah blah blah. Meanwhile, he's like, "I smell bukkake," and it's like he just didn't like it. And so there's these like pill bug things in there. And OSHA like touches one of them and it crawls away and it's flying. And oh boy, this is a thrilling sequence, folks. I mean, there's no way for me to convey the visceral thrill of this sequence. So here comes this giant bug, and he's got his lightsaber ready, coming slower than a pitch, and he chops it in half.
Yeah.
And says, "We better go." Now, I thought at the time that then all of them were going to come, and we were going to get a big action
Yeah.
sequence.
It wasn't in the budget, Doomcock. The 180 million
No.
wasn't enough. they could only afford to do one.
Yes, we can only have one, and that is the epitome of the action.
Yeah.
where basically I warrant that any of us on this panel with that lightsaber, with this wind up in the pitch coming slower than a baseball, we would be able to chop that thing.
Well, of
Oh, yeah.
course.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, it's just like and he just whacks it.
He's
It's
like,
just gonna
stand
cut
back.
right through
I
it.
got this.
Yeah, he says, "I got this." And the music gets all dramatic, right?
Yeah.
Look at him. He's like, "Oh, all
Did
right."
you
Gotta
know
make
get
it
back."
anticlimactic?
so wing
Did-
So
better.
anticlimactic.
Did he really say, "I got this"?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stand back. I got this.
Yes.
I got this. That is
Yes.
that is very bad English. Especially
You
for a
you
Jedi.
could have just used the Force and just slammed it into a tree or something, but nah.
That's ridiculous.
Shouldn't
I
they
got
tell
this.
OSHA don't touch shit on the planet? Obviously, that thing is fucked up shit.
Well, they had to do something during this walk and talk. I mean, you know, there had to be something. I mean, if you go back and watch Fellowship of the Ring, that freaking journey, you know, that they went on, there was all kinds of stuff going on and happening.
Sure.
You know, and it was time lapse. Like it was like, you know, that they were in the forest and they were in the snow, and you know, they kind of just moved it along, you know, and then the Ravens came, and you know, there was you know, conflict between them with the ring and all this. It's literally nothing. It's nothing. I mean, this is worse than a filler episode. It's a nothing episode.
Yeah, that's correct.
It literally
and
is.
There was about 12 more frames other than what Doomcock captured of the action, and that's it.
Yeah,
about a half second in this piece of the episode. Slices it in half, and that's it. The rest is just, let's go back to walking and talking. Yeah.
So let's just cut to, this is all such, and here we have, you know, Fifis and
love birds here.
What the fuck they were talking. I have no idea.
More lesbians. Great.
Yeah. She actually touched her there, so she was pretty sure she wasn't CG in this moment. Yeah. So anyway, we've got her, and this is awful. This was mind-blowingly bad.
Oh, so stupid.
This was what the fuck is this? so then May is sitting there, and she says, "You know what? I don't need to go kill the Jedi."
Just out of the blue.
Just out of the blue. It's like, you know,
I think I'm done with this.
You know, and it's like, what the fuck is this show about? What the fuck are you doing? This is unfucking believable. This is like, after all this shit, it's like, oh, so you've killed these fucking Jedi and you're just going to turn yourself in? And she says, they won't put me in jail. You'll be fine.
This is so stupid. Doomcock, it's like you releasing Harvey to destroy the world and him going to Austria and singing in the Alps, "The hills are alive with the sound of music," instead of destroying everything.
Yeah. I mean, so she's fucking off. She's going to go and talk to the Wookiee and turn herself in. And meanwhile, her little buddy here gets, you know, caught in a trap. And she's like, well, fuck you. I'm just gonna leave you there. And you know, sucks being you. What a bitch.
Yeah.
I mean,
he was a man.
They're totally playing up the whole Darth Jar Jar thing with this guy. Like he's the bumbling, stumbling idiot, and he's gonna end up being the Sith guy, the master, the one that she like. I see it from a mile away. Everything in this entire show is so predictable.
100%.
They think they're so clever.
Even when she was, which we'll get to, and I won't go into detail or anything, but even when she's walking up to the house with the Wookiee, I already knew what was going to happen.
For sure.
Already knew.
For sure. We're not gonna. We were never gonna get an actual Wookiee battle with her.
No.
It's not. You know, it's not gonna happen.
It wasn't in the budget. It wasn't in. In the writer. Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the writer of this episode actually even said in the script the fight, there was a battle there, but it just wasn't in the budget. It wasn't in the $180 million plus budget. Yeah. So they just had to kill him off screen and just had to guess
that is
what
absurd.
happened.
Never in the history of Star Wars has there ever been that phrase used on the set. It's not in the budget. You put it the fuck in the budget.
Yeah.
Godzilla -1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So look at that phony son. That is hilarious. That's like on some kind of Halloween set or something.
Yeah, it looks like from the set of Hocus Pocus, whenever the sun's coming up and blasting the Sandersons in the graveyard.
Yeah. I can hear the lighting people in the direct and Leslie Headland on set right now. Lighting, we need a yellow light back here, guys. Come on, we need some light. Like this is gonna be a great shot. Oh God.
It's unbelievable. So she goes in, and there he is with a smoking, like, you know, lightsaber.
A slice. Yeah. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, there's
people
the big
survive stabbings, but he doesn't survive a slice.
There's the big climax of the episode, folks. She's gonna go. You think there's gonna be this big Wookiee battle? They walk in, and the Wookiee's dead.
He's already dead.
Yeah.
You know,
That's it.
He basically he got tired of waiting and he got bored and it's like, just put me out of my misery. So she's like, oh shit, now who do I surrender to now that I don't want to kill the Jedi anymore? It's been my life's ambition.
Yeah.
Unlike females, males are not immune to lightsabers.
Yeah, that's what it is. Men are allergic to being penetrated by phallic symbols. It's just the way it is.
Well, yeah.
We just don't respond well to it, and that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all the Jedi are lined up and says, hey, come out with the Wookiee, raised above your head. Osha, meanwhile, is lagging back for her safety and convenience. But unfortunately, she lags back, and here comes Darth Zipperhead. Is this the most pathetic fucking... I mean, this is, bring out the Gimp. The Gimp is sleeping. You better wake him up then. He's got to use the Force, Look at this.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this, man?
Super original, and it's lit so well. It's so menacing because you can see it so well. You guys remember when Darth Vader first stepped onto the camera? How amazing it was.
Yeah.
Compare that to this right here.
How does this guy see? Like,
I'm gonna wait and see
with the Force, with the thread.
If they go along and they make him unzip before he talks, that could be pretty funny.
That would be hilarious.
No, let me just. This is the absolute positive worst part of the fucking episode. This is something that you talk about canon violations. Fuck all the canon violations. This one really pissed me off, and I'll explain why. Let me just get through all this. So he shows up. Osha's just frozen because she's completely worthless. No wonder she's not a Jedi. Raises the lightsaber. And everyone's igniting the lightsaber, and they're saying, Osha, what the fuck? Get out of the way. And then old Darth Gimp, raises his hand and flicks her away with a mere gesture, just totally flicks her away.
He's so powerful.
Then, so powerful. And then, all of the Jedi rush towards him, and he blasts, with a gesture, all of them.
Come
in a cloud of fucking dust. And you know what? This is fucking bullshit. So basically, this is exactly what they fucking did in The Force Awakens, where it's guess what? Oh, the Death Star was nothing. We've got Starkiller Base, and it can destroy an entire planetary system. So, take that, George Lucas. Force Awakens is so much more powerful than Star Wars.
Everything's got to be bigger and better.
This fucking asshole that is thinks he's better than Darth Vader, better than Darth Maul, better than Emperor fucking Palpatine, because you never saw a display of power like this. So they've just set their little bullshit Darth Gimp character here to be stronger, the bestest Sith ever. And you think that these motherfuckers are going to forget that this is not going to get back to the Jedi Council? Really?
Right.
This is the stupidest fucking, most insulting fucking bullshit in the whole fucking episode. And I don't care about Kai Mundi, and I don't care about, we haven't seen a Sith in a millennium. Well, you know what? This right here is the biggest middle finger fuck you to Star Wars, to Star Wars fans, to Star Wars lore. It's the bestest Sith ever, and it made me fucking spit fucking nails. So there you go. That to me is the big abomination of this fucking episode. What do you guys think?
Can I make a prediction? Can I make a prediction that you got super powerful Sith Lord here, but he'll be defeated by the power of two? They'll team up and they'll take him out. May
honestly,
and Osha will.
The two sisters, the power of two.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. I can't even joke about it. This is the big fuck you. A lot of people didn't notice it.
I didn't even go as far as you did in thinking about it at this point because this happened so quickly. I think I was in the middle of turning it off when it happened,
and then it just ends. Then it just ends
because it just ends right here, and I'm like, I'm done with this.
Now I will give credit where credit is due. On this last episode, I gotta say I actually gave it an extra point because the episode was so short and I didn't have to, suffer through any more of it. So it did get a little bit of extra credit because it was so short. It was literally like 27 minutes long.
Well, I'm fucking outraged. I mean, I'd like to hear from, Mike or Tony or Robert about this, because to me, this was the crowning fucking insult of all either of these two episodes.
Yeah, this is when I first saw the helmet, I was like, oh, look, he's happy. Because it looked like a big toothy grin, gimpy smile. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be a joke character. And she's standing there terrified, and he's got the blade out. And I'm like, cut her down, please, for the love of all that is good. Just cut her down. Only for him to do that little flick. When he batted her away, it was like a little flick. And I was like, okay, so it's like a Ren level character, whatever. Then he blasted the Jedi away, and I was just like, no.
Yeah,
No.
The problem with what Doomcock's talking about is they're setting this guy so high.
Yeah.
How the hell are you going to even start to correct it to where the rest of the other pieces of the Star Wars world make sense?
Well, you can't, because what happens then is that I think what DC is. Oh, is my camera off? I didn't even realize this. So,
yeah.
The problem is that I think DC. I could be wrong in what you get. Here's what I see. What you're getting at is the thing is when you treat this character in this way, there's the real message here is that you're destroying the ability for there to have any hope in the good versus evil, because you place them up so high, and so you create this character and drop them into the storyline this way. Everything else comes into question. Basically, it rips all the emotion out of all of the original 3 movies, in my opinion, because it treats it whimsically. This is a whimsical, mean treatment of what's happening, and it's not taken with any seriousness. I thought the scene back, remember when we watched Obi-Wan Kenobi, and there was a scene with this big duel that they were hyping up that was supposed to happen, and it turned out to be a big nothing burger.
Yeah.
This to me is even worse than that, and that was pretty atrocious.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
basically what I'm saying is they're cucking Darth Vader, they're cucking Darth Maul,
Yes.
they're cucking
all the stakes are
Palpatine.
gone.
They're minimizing everything that came before, and like this is the bestest ever.
Yes.
Yep,
Simply by writing it that way.
And that's what I'm getting at, Doomcock. I'm saying the same thing you're saying. I'm just saying a different way. It's like all stakes are gone, and any emotion that we might have had to the quest of good versus evil. Like for me, why am I into lightsabers? I told this story once a few years ago on this show, or a couple of years. I don't know when I did it, but I know I've said this show. The reason I'm into lightsabers is that when I saw these movies, I had the courage, because I got bullied and I'd always get beat up after school, and I grabbed a stick, I hid it behind some bushes, and the kids that would always beat me up, take my lunch money, and spit on me, like I grabbed that stick and I stood up for myself. And in my mind, now I'm a little kid, okay, and this is going to sound dumb, but I'm a little kid. And in my mind, I told myself, if Luke Skywalker can stand up to Darth Vader, I can stand up to these guys. And I had this big stick hidden in these behind these row of bushes next to these roses. It was this long walkway with the little brick fences about 4 feet high. And I reached for it, grabbed it, and I came out swinging. In my mind, that little kid thought he was fighting Darth Vader. But see, when you do crap like these guys are doing, like these assholes, Leslie Headland and her band of fucking assholes, when you do shit like this, you rip out all of the severity of the quest of the hero's journey. You rip out what is good versus wrong, what is evil versus good. You rip out hope that there's any point to any of this, and that is acidic.
Yeah.
Yep.
The other thing about this that I really hate, and I think Doomcock, you hit it on you hit the nail on this one. I mean, he comes down, he's going to face like 7 or 8 Jedi, whereas Palpatine only faced like 5 and almost lost to Mace Windu, the last one left. Darth Vader didn't face that many Jedi. Darth Vader was a badass, and you're dumbing down Darth Vader by having this guy face off on 7 or 8 or 9 Jedi. What they should have probably done is not even showed this, and maybe have him pull one out, pluck them off one by one, that would have been more creative. That would have been more stealthy. That would have been more strategic. As the Sith are, they're stealthy. They're in the darkness. They don't show themselves in the light. And this guy's like, here I am. You know, it's just the stupidest thing. I don't understand why they even did this. And what's going to happen is, we saw in the preview, he's probably going to throw his lightsaber and it's going to hit several Jedi and kill them. And it's going to be so stupid the next one. And that's what's going to happen.
You guys know exactly why this was done. This is Leslie Headland telling us that she has a bigger dick than Darth Vader.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what it's about. Because she's stated in interviews with her other, with her little compatriots that, oh, we're so proud that this is the gayest Star Wars ever. And they're talking about how, the girl in this that plays the twin, she went on that idiot Trevor Noah's show. And, she said, well, one of the goals is making white people cry. They don't give a shit about the story, you guys. They just want to tell you that they're better than you.
Yeah.
And they know how much you love Darth Vader. They know, Mike, they know how much Luke Skywalker meant to you when you were getting picked on by those kids and when you stood up for yourself against those bullies because of what Luke Skywalker did. There's a million little kids that have the same situation that you did, Mike. They know that. And they just want to say, you know what? Our dick is bigger. That's it.
Well, that's mean, Gary. That's just plain fucking mean. You know?
That it is.
No shit.
That it is, and that's their fucking goal.
I mean, that
man.
to like. God damn.
That's why they do this shit.
Of course, that's why they do it,
and that's why
gotta
Doom's
say,
pissed.
Yes, exactly. I knew exactly what they were saying. Is that basically like Star Killer Base is bigger and better than the Death Star? So that means that Force Awakens is bigger and better than Star Wars. And Jar Jar Abrams is bigger and better than George Lucas, and same thing here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this is the most powerful, Sith, essentially, regardless of what they call it. It's a Sith Lord. It's more powerful. It's the bestest ever. And Nick, I agree that all the signs point to that guy. I bet you that this is the mother. I bet you that this is the mother. I bet you this is a woman. This is the not horny mom, but the other mom, the power of one mom. And, I bet you she absorbed all the threads of the witches or something, and she survived somehow. And so it's going to be, a woman is going to be the most powerfulest ever. That's my prediction. I think
what they did with Loki.
This is likely. Huh?
That's what they did with Loki.
Yeah.
Mike, it's kind of like, the bullies got a hold of your franchise and flipped it around on you.
That's exactly it.
That's how I kind of see it.
Yeah.
That's exactly
it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, that is what pissed me off the most. So I don't know what else to say, folks. Anyone else have any comments about this bullshit? People were saying it was a boring episode. People were saying it was the least offensive episode. I respectfully disagree. I think it was.
No.
Absolutely fucking disgusting.
The sisters thing was like, that was like lame and ridiculous. I mean, shit, dude. If this is where we're at by the 4th episode, Doomcock, where are we going to be at when this fucking thing ends?
Oh, it's going to be bad, dude. It's just going to get worse and worse.
They're fucking around now. Like, in their minds, put it ahead like, oh, here's what we're going to do as we lead up to the finale. I mean, fuck. We're just at episode fucking 4.
Yeah.
Well,
nobody cares about the finale anymore at this point.
They do. And here's the thing. Whatever they put out is going to be like, I can't even for my life fathom. I cannot, Nick, I'm talking to you right now, Nick. Here's the thread that binds us all. In the summer of 2019, after listening to Doomcock get picked on for a year about Galaxy's Edge, Doomcock sends me in with a friend of mine who's a spy in a Disney.
Yeah, I remember.
3 months after that, I'm on your live stream and our friendship grows, but it starts here at Xanadu.
Yep.
Nick, if we go back in time to that fall when we live stream about Star Wars, that love we had in our eye, that gleam that you, me, and Coach had, and then the three of us worked together day and fucking night to build a Becco-based network. If someone could have told me then that this is where we would be today, I honest to God would never have believed it. Even with all we knew about KK back then, even with all we knew that George wasn't helping to save the day back then, even though we knew that Doomcock spies rightly picked early on before it opened, that we were not going to get Star Wars Land. Go back and look at some old Doomcock videos. Hashtag
Yeah.
Doomcock was motherfucking right from fucking year one, people.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
here we are.
Yeah.
Here
Yeah.
we the fuck are.
Yeah, it's insane, and the thing is, there was so much hope. There was, all the rumors going around about the retcon. It all made sense. We had the Ahsoka announcement with the World Between Worlds artwork, and we're like, wow, they might really be doing this. Luke Skywalker comes back. Pretty much Rex House. There was just so much. The hype was starting to come back. The balloon was starting to inflate again, and then boom, Gina Carano gets fired, and then it was all downhill after that. Book of Boba Fett, Kenobi, Mando season 3, now this garbage. And it's just at this point, it's like me and Coach are in the same mindset. It's like we don't even care anymore. This is not Star Wars. This is Star Wars by name only, and that is it. And we get it from both ends over on our channel. Like, 1 minute we're being called shills, the next minute we're being called a misogynist, racist, all this other crap, telling us, if you don't like it, don't watch. But then if we don't watch, you haven't even watched it. So how can you have an opinion on it? Like, make up your fucking mind, people, on how you're going to try to defend this and defend the vast amount of people that are freaking voicing their opinion on something that they actually care about, something they grew up with during their childhood. Like, this isn't just like Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, where I can just toss it over my shoulder like Luke did with the lightsaber. This is Star Wars. This actually has some sort of meaning for me, as well as it does for so many other fans, Mike included. So it's just like, we have to keep voicing our opinions on this. And if we just stopped, if we did what the shills did, which let me add, when we were in our live stream last night, I went on one of the shill channels, a shill channel called Kyle Katarn, who's a complete douchebag idiot, who does nothing but shill for Disney Star Wars, gives zero criticism ever. And the official Star Wars YouTube channel was in his chat talking.
Yeah, of course.
So don't tell me anything about how these people are not listening to the negative and they're being real. No, they're not being real. They're being fake. We are the ones that are being real. Give us something good, and we'll tell you it's something good. Me and Coach went into X-Men 97 ready to trash that show after all the news surrounding it. And we're like, wow, this is actually really good. And we gave it a positive review because it was actually good and it was respected, even though everything around the showrunner that came out, and all the news that came out about it, it was actually really good. So it's the other side's argument is tired and played out. And we'll keep voicing our opinions, but if we didn't voice our opinions, then they would just get whatever they wanted and keep shilling for it. And guess what? That Acolyte score wouldn't be at 14% right now. It would be with the critics score at freaking 80 something percent, Yeah. So everybody in chat, everybody on this panel, everybody who has channels out there that keeps speaking out against this stuff, we're making a difference here, And at some point in time, you would think that Disney would alter course, but it doesn't look or seem like they're going to at all. They just seem to keep doubling down. So you know what? We'll keep bitching about it, and we'll keep voicing our opinions, and more people will be coming out. John Campea, who I consider one of the biggest Disney shills, is even coming out saying this show is terrible. Terrible.
Yeah.
So there's people, and he lost his Disney access when he made a video talking about how KK should not be in charge of Lucasfilm anymore. He lost all his privilege with Disney. So he's actually even coming out, kind of hitting back at this show at this point. And anybody out there defending this, I would not listen to a word they say, because they probably also have the Star Wars actual YouTube channel and Lucasfilm in their chats, and talking to them behind the scenes. So this is complete garbage, and we'll keep speaking out on it.
Yeah, I was attacked after my review of Acolyte episode 1 and 2 because I didn't thoroughly hate every single aspect of it. I liked Master Saul. I thought that the girl that plays Osha, even though I despise the actress, I was evaluating her performance as Osha, and I said, you know what? She's likable and low key, and I didn't think she did a bad job. I thought she stunk as May because she can't be evil to save her life.
Yeah, her performance as Osha
lines.
was definitely better than her performance as May.
For sure. And also I said that the battles were better in the first, couple, given that it's preposterous. Like the premise is preposterous that you bring throwing daggers to a lightsaber battle. But granted that it's stupid. They actually did good choreography on it, and it actually was competently executed. And I was called, a shill, and they attacked me as being not ideologically pure. And I returned the attack by saying, well, you're not honest. I mean, if you're an honest reviewer, then you have to call out good things and bad things that you see in an episode. In these last 2 episodes, I don't see anything good except Saul.
No.
I don't see anything good.
No, and Doomcock, I don't know if you noticed this in this episode when May and the other Ezra Miller, Dollar Store General Ezra Miller were landing on that Wookiee planet, Coffador, whatever it's called. That CG was so terrible. It was so bad. When that ship was landing, it looked completely fake. And then when they're outside the ship, like packing their bags and stuff, the shot of the ship, it was so grainy and fuzzy. It hurt my eyes sitting there watching it. I was like, God, that's terrible. It looks like shit. Where did this money go? Godzilla -1. Where is this money go? They are overpaying these people. That's the only thing I can come up with.
Or somebody's pocketing it, or it's getting laundered, or who knows? I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's if you look at the producers, all you have to do is fail to lose that money. But how many people get paid to fail? Whether they fail or succeed, they still get paid.
Yeah.
So why not reshoot and fail that too, and collect a bunch more money? Yep. It's the same fucking thing. It's not that hard to launder this much money, especially when all you do is fuck things up. That's the one way you do it, right, Mike? I mean, if you just fuck things up, you can just say, well, hey, listen, it just didn't work out. And then anybody who's investigating can just say, okay, well, the money was spent. It looks good. Yeah, I guess it's a loss.
Yeah, pretty much. Gary Ambrosia's School of Accounting. All right, so let's wrap this one up and get to the movie that we love. But first, we got to go ahead and have some of our super chats. What do you say? All right, folks, let's continue on with our super chats. Let's see. Jack White with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, did any of you see the Nintendo Direct that happened this week? No, I don't have any idea what you're talking about, Jack. Anyone on the panel?
I heard about it. Apparently, Nintendo's going woke with a female Zelda game. But I don't know the details of it. So I don't know. I don't know how true it is. I'm not sure. I've not looked into the details of it, but I've seen a lot of people out there complaining.
Well, I guess we'll see. I had people from Nintendo reach out and assure me that wasn't going to happen. So, I mean, maybe they were lying. It's possible. I did a video about it, and I, publicized that they were determined not to let Legend of Zelda get woke, but maybe they lost the battle. Maybe they lost the battle. I don't know. I guess I'd like to hear if they're, listening and they want to follow up with this shit, but I don't know.
Now Nintendo of America, they were definitely going down the checkbox DEI stuff. There was an article that came out, but Nintendo in Japan typically hasn't gone that way. And Square Enix, which was trying to follow and do the whole westernized AAA gaming thing, they've canceled all their crap and they're getting back to actually good stuff. You know, after a lot of debacles that they've had. So hopefully Nintendo doesn't go down this road and end up having to backpedal after losing a bunch of money.
So I found
No,
it.
let me just say this. I'm recalling now that the video was, and this is interesting in light of this, because Nintendo was basically saying, "Hey, we want to let you know that Legend of Zelda is not going woke, but that the forces that were trying to pressure us into going woke, they said that, well, if you don't go ahead and do what we want and go woke, we're going to do a publicity blitz saying that you sold out and went woke. So you might as well go woke and, you know, take the money and whatever." And they were like, "No, we're not." So, I mean, if this is spreading now, it may be part of exactly what they were warning about, because they said that that's a new tactic, is that they're just basically going to say, well, you know, if you don't go woke, we're going to go ahead and leak out that you're going woke anyway, just to torpedo your sales.
Yeah, so
it's possible.
They had an announcement, and basically they announced a couple games. And the thing about Zelda is that they made a game where you play as Princess Zelda called The Legend of Zelda: Echoes of Wisdom, and it's due out September 26th.
Well, then I guess we'll see. It's interesting. You know, this is information warfare, folks. And, you know, you can get many dimensions on things. Things can change, or you can get disinformation. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how woke. I mean, it's not necessarily woke if you're just playing the princess. It depends on, do they basically belittle and, you know, Link? Do they have diversity? You know, all of that shit, you know.
Yep. Yeah,
I guess we'll see. Sup Man with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Sup Man says, Wesley Snipes call out MCU 2 directors left Blade.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah.
Was it pretty good?
That.
What a disaster the whole Blade situation is, man.
Yeah.
I actually replied to his tweet on Twitter, and I was like, bro, they should have just brought you back and hired competent writers, and this would have been golden. But here we are. What was it? 5 years ago they announced this. They haven't even figured out what they're gonna do yet. In 5 years, it's fucking ridiculous. These people are so incompetent. It just boggles my brain.
Yeah,
they're having trouble figuring out how to put a chick in it and making it lame.
Yeah, they're working on it though. They're working hard.
They're working hard.
Leslie Headland's now the expert. You know, she'll guide them in the proper way.
Yeah.
Lord of the Eagles Reaches, been a Dumentite of mine, a channel member for 55 months now. Thank you, old Lord of the Eagles Reaches, and says, hail DC and panel. Thanks for saving us from having to watch all this abominable crap. You're welcome, folks. We on Pop Culture Breakdown do suffer so that you won't have to. I hope you guys, you know, we do and do for your kids. So we're glad you show up here. Support us in our pain, in our anger, in our anguish. Agent Pepsi 1 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Agent Pepsi 1. Says, Doctor Who and the Acolyte are so idiotically awful that not even I can effectively troll. I could even troll on the greatness of STD, but BBC or Disney, and she makes a wincing, pained face. Yeah, can't even fake it. Agent Pepsi 1 can't even fake it. So
no,
I hear you. Richard Spake has been an arch villain of mine for 19 months now. Thank you so much, Richard, and I love you too, Agent Pepsi 1. She said that in the chat. Thank you, Agent Pepsi 1. Richard Spake says, howdy, boss. May Clobby have a blessed time in paradise. Now running the best comic shop in the universe. Give my love to everyone on the panel and chat, except for Harvey. Tell the little green pervy to call his mom tonight. I will tell him, but he tells me he doesn't have a mom. He's always been existing, you know, as long as our universe has been around. That's why he's a eldritch god, but I'll convey the message. Thank you very much, Richard. Hail to you, buddy. Wayu Hatan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Wayu Hatan. Says, Disney's minions have been going after Critical Drinker and Nerdrotic. Well, they go after everybody pretty much. Hail to Wayu Hatan. That's Disney's way, isn't it? That's the way. Jack the Outcast with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jack. Says, hail Doomcock. I'm new to Doctor Who. Where can I go watch it from the beginning? Tubi doesn't have the first few episodes. Godspeed, gents. Jack the Outcast, you can go. They have the entire run that's available on BritBox. It's a streaming service. You can go and get on BritBox and check it out. I actually have a whole bunch of them in my collection, but I understand that BritBox is out there and you can watch it over there from what I've heard.
TC, can you imagine going back to be able to go back and rewatch it from scratch, like and re-experience it now? I mean, isn't that cool? I mean, I got to tell you, bro, I'm jealous. That's great. I'm like cheering you on.
Yeah, Jack, absolutely. And they actually have a lot of them on Pluto TV, don't they? I mean, they have a whole dedicated channel, but you can't get them on demand. It's like watching cable, basically. So you have to kind of schedule shit. The Guardian.
Where do you end? Where do you stop? The question is, where do you stop watching?
Yeah.
Doctor Who.
I think I'd stop at Eccleston at this point and just be shed of all of the modern era.
Now that we know what we know now that we didn't know then, you know.
Yeah. Because I mean, Russell T. Davis turned out to be a massive traitor.
Yep.
And a real piece of shit, honestly. So I don't know that I could ever enjoy any of his stuff with Tennant or Eccleston. So I think I would stop in 89 was the last regular Who series, something around there. I'm not.
So was the Matt Smith era one not any good?
It's not a question of good. It's a question of where it goes and who's doing it.
Okay.
And I just can't support it. I can't support it. So I mean, if I were you, I'd spare myself the heartbreak. At the very least, if you have to go, then I would quit at after David Tennant leaves. But I can't stand David Tennant now because he's thrown in with these woke assholes. And
I know, and he was my entry point, and then I came in with Tennant, and then I went backwards.
Yeah, exactly.
And then I went back and then forward. That's how I did it.
Yeah. So I mean, Matt Smith was a little too. The writing was too hyper, and the whole bow ties are cool, fezzes are cool. Got really annoying to me. But I did like Tennant. He was good up until I saw how he actually is. Hail to Rick Johnson in the chat. Good to see you, Rick. Bad Gamergate with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Bad Gamergate. Says, what do you get when you mix the monkeys with Dr. Horrible? Aquabats. Weird and so totally off the wall, it will cure any ailment, especially the blues. Aquabats is like a kind of a kids TV show or something. It's a lot of fun. I can recommend people check it out. And the Guardian of Azarath with a £5 super chat. God bless you, Guardian. He says, DC, did you hear about knee pain ripping LF apart? He was on Echo Base Network stream on Monday. He's a former Lucasfilm employee. I recommended your channel to him. Yeah. Anything you want to say about that, Nick? And thank you, Guardian of Azarath.
Yeah. So, just I'll give you a quick rundown because it's actually a pretty long story. But ex-former Lucasfilm employee that left in 2018 was there during George Lucas era, their transition, everything. Left the company, made some videos about it. Knows Dave Filoni personally. Worked directly with him. Dave Filoni 1000% knows who he is. I know the guy's real name. I got his IMDb. Of course, he doesn't have any of that public on his knee pain site, but Coach covered a video on it. And then we're gonna go live and talk about it. And we reached out to him, and he reached back out to us, so we got him on the show. And then several folks talked about your channel. We gave you a shout out in the stream. Told him I know you would love to have him on to talk. But when we brought him on, he ends up taking the videos down because he wasn't sure if Disney would try coming after him, if he violated any NDA stuff or whatever. And so he ended up taking them down. So he came on and talked and said what he felt comfortable talking about, where he couldn't really do anything to him, but he did get nervous. He did get scared about what they might try doing to him. And it's funny that he said that, because when we had Tim Rose on, who played Admiral Akbar in Return of the Jedi and in The Last Jedi, he said there's some things that he could say, but Disney would literally come and take his house.
Wow.
So there's a lot of very unhappy Lucasfilm employees out there, and the culture there, just talking about the culture, if you dislike anything they're doing, you are shunned there, and basically blackballed, and people won't talk to you. He had lots of stories about George Lucas. There's a very interesting video on it, and the live stream was a very interesting conversation. I actually have his full-blown video. It's about 45 minutes long. He goes into a pretty good bit of detail. If you're interested in checking it out, Doomcock, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, please do, man. I'd be very interested to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm very interested. Thanks, Nick. I appreciate the shout out and the info, brother.
Yep.
Sounds like a great video. I'll go check it out, man.
Yeah.
And I'd love to hear it. Scott Hudson with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Scott. Says Leslie Headlamp's wife is the Sith. In episode 1, 2, and 4, she sends the Jedi on their missions. She's the prime mover. Vern Nestra is an anagram for ever trans, and Ro sounded backwards is horror. Wow. So this Scott is convinced that Leslie Headland's wife, Vernestra, the boss of Soul, is the Sith. Interesting take. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. I guess we'll find out eventually, maybe. I don't know. Oh, God, I wish I could just stop, but we got to go all the way, because I think it's going to get worse. I think it's going to get a lot worse, and we want to be there to pound on it. Nutty Squirrel 8 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nutty Squirrel 8 says, have you seen the parody Hardware Wars on YouTube? That's closer to Star Wars than anything made since 2012. Oh, yeah. Hardware Wars is a classic. Every Star Wars fan saw it at one point or another. Good project. Fantasia Project Sobi Hero with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Fantasia Project. Says, Doomcock, hail to you, and here to protect we love. God bless you, Fantasia Project. Thank you for being here, my friend. Deeply appreciate your kind words and your support here. Lou Capadona. Hey, Lou, it's been a while, man. It's been a Dumentite of mine for 22 months now. Thank you, Lou. And he says, hail, DC. My memories of Star Wars with my dad will always live within me. I will never show Disney Star Wars to my 5-month-old son. Boy, IPs are being destroyed. So sad. 100%. They are absolutely. I said in my video today that Kathleen Kennedy had turned Star Wars into a trans franchise. Basically, had a sex change on it. It used to be a boy franchise. Now it's a girl franchise. Cut its lightsaber off, extracted the X midichlorians and the Y midichlorians, and basically it's now a trans franchise. And I think that's exactly what they've done. And nobody likes it that way. The women don't like it. The men don't like it. It's just losing money. Well, let them bleed out. That's my philosophy. We'll be there to pick up the rubble when they're done. Jackson Cagle with a $2 super chat. Thank you. Jackson says LMAO Subaru. Hail, Jackson Cagle. Thank you, my friend. And Mike D with first time super chat. Thank you, Mike. Hey, man, appreciate it. Mike D says a song suggestion: "Fly to Me, Lesbian Space Witch." Okay. How would that? What would be the tune of that, Mike D? Let me know in the chat, man.
Fly me to the lesbian moon. I don't know. I'm making shit up.
Yeah. Fly to me, lesbian space witch. I guess. I don't know. Something. Thank you, Mike D. Frank Hammond, been a Dumentite of mine for 14 months now. Thank you, Frank. It says, Frank's here. Isn't that the tree from Avatar? No. No. I don't know what the hell that is. It looks
They're
like
both Disney franchises now. Maybe they're recycling shit.
no, but the tree from the tree from Avatar was huge, man.
Right.
I mean, this thing was scraggly and nasty. It looked diseased. You know, it looked like it grows lima bean leaves or something. It's really creepy. Big Daddy MRI with a $20 super sticker of a dancing pear saying, "You are amazing." Thank you, Big Daddy MRI. I think you're amazing too, buddy. I think you're amazing too. Miguel Farah says they ripped it off for sure. Interesting. Well, I've only seen like Avatar once. I thought it was pretty boring, although I thought the effects were pretty good. But so I'm not the guy to ask. I mean, is that the tree from Avatar? I don't remember it being huge. You know, I don't think that was the tree from Avatar. Maybe I'm wrong. TLJ Screwjob with a $5 super chat. Thank you, TLJ Screwjob. Says, what's really impressive isn't the stunning braveness of the Acolyte, but how the writers don't have two brain cells to rub together, but got paid. Yeah. Apparently you could get paid at Lucasfilm for, you know, sucking. Yeah, not even mediocrity. Mediocrity gets driven away. You know, suck is where the real money is over at Lucasfilm. That's what they love. Joe Lamont with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says, hail DC et al. Does the spice trade put Star Wars and Dune in the same universe? The Dianic Wicca Power of Two is ripped off of Wrigley's Double Mint Gum. Double your pleasure, double your fun with double good, double fresh, double mint gum, right? That's what I remember. They had the Double Mint twins, hot blondes. Shit. If the Acolyte was like that, I would be complaining at least a little bit less.
Right.
But I'm a toxic male. What can I say? Chad Curtis with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Chad. Said, as the force is male. If a woman controls the force by manipulating its thread, sounds like a man to me. Well, women, you know, can manipulate men, you know, depending how they look. Although those space women couldn't really manipulate a whole lot of men. Certainly not me. I wouldn't look at them, you know, twice on the street if I passed them, except to wonder what are those horns coming from? But I don't know. Shit. What do I fucking know? Joe Lamont with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says, here we go. Dr. Knott travels to the Star Wars universe where he meets these lesbian Dianic Wicca things. If they are trans, he can make out with them. So it would be like a litmus test. Well, interesting, Joe Lamont. Very interesting. I don't think he'd want to touch them because, you know, the way they identify, but we'll see. Sean Carter with a $5. That's a good idea, though. That crossover, it just screams out to be made, doesn't it? Sean Carter with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Sean. Since the admission by them that Filoni signed off on everything 100% absolves Hedlund. People are saying she would fall for this, and I never bought it. Yeah, no, I mean, they gotta, if they gotta throw somebody to the wolves, it would be better to have it be the white male. Although my sources are basically saying that it's true, that Filoni actually did the rewrite and actually introduced the witches. And he's married to a woman who I believe, the rumors are anyway, that she's a witch, that she's a Wiccan. So I find it at least somewhat plausible that this may in fact be the truth. But again, I don't like to talk about people's personal lives, but that rumor was very interesting to me.
Well, she did turn Dave into a newt.
Well, he got better. Nicely done, sir. Nicely done. The Guardian of Azarath with a £2 super chat. Thank you, Guardian. Says, power of one, power of two, power of the patriarchy. That's right. That's what they hate. That's what they hate. You're going to burn for that, man. They're going to get you for that, Guardian of Azarath. You watch. They're going to get you for that. Joe Smith with a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says, had I known there was going to be Thread-E masteresses here tonight, I would have tuned in sooner. The Sapholite is the definite end of Star Wars, snipped in half by light scissors. There's no surviving this one. Yeah, Joe, I don't think there's any path back. I mean, it would take a fucking miracle to reverse this damage. A fucking miracle. And Disney has outlawed miracles, like the Germans in Casablanca. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Crimson ID4 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Crimson. Says, anyone missed the cringiest worst thing about Star Wars fans had to worry about was Seth Green's Detour show and Han and Vader dancing on the Wii. The good old days, man. I remember when the Star Wars Holiday Special was the lowest rated Star Wars thing of all time. Not anymore. Not anymore. So they've left them behind in the dust. A few more super chats, then we're going to get to our movie. TLJ Screwjob with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says another bad writing part in episode 3. Trinity says, we have a right to test the children. With your permission, of course. That's an oxymoron. Yeah, but I think basically she was saying, we have the absolute legal right to test your children, but we're going to be courteous about it and pretend to ask you. I think that's kind of what I took away from that. Nick, would you agree with that interpretation? I think he had to step away.
Yeah.
That's all right. Joe Lamont with a $5 super chat and a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Actually, a $3 super chat. No, there's 3 super chats, 5, 2, and 2. I'm going to read them all together. Joe Lamont says, this week I have rewatched Kansas City Confidential, Pocket Full of Miracles, The Fury. Oh, yeah, The Fury, man.
That's a good
Frack this Star Wars shit. Guys, a fire knocked down the World Trade Center. Yeah, he says. And then he says, breaking, JoJo Siwa might be carrying Harvey's. Uh-oh. What the fuck are you talking about, Joe? That's slander, dude. You're asking for trouble, dude. And Joe Lamont says, guys, that flaming guy is Johnny's big MCU intro. So that was literally the Human Torch on that Gary pointed out in that shot.
Well, you know, shit is flammable.
Good to see. It's good to see Chris Evans getting work.
Excellent, Joe. Thank you. Dwight Baldwin with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you. Dwight says, anyone think that May died and OSHA has some kind of multiple personality disorder? No, because she's got like alibis for, she was cleared of, and they were both. I don't think that's possible, Dwight. I mean, they cleared her ass. They actually went in and had all that shit with her. I thought about that, but I don't see how that's possible. If it is, then they're going to do some incredibly bad writing to try and pull that off. I mean, this is not Norman Bates and Mom. There's exterior evidence and shit. SHS Rebels 08 with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, SHS Rebels 08 says, did Fire Marshal Bill set the witches on fire? Gary, did he? I think maybe so. I think maybe so. It's entirely possible. 2 first-time super chats I'm going to read in a row. Mage's Media Musings with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Mage. It says, Mage Grey Wolf here. This is my new channel. Among the things I'll cover are movies, TV series, anime, and comics. My first video is about philosophies I try to live by that I learned from pop culture. Well, Mage Grey Wolf, congratulations on the new channel. Thank you for the honor of your first super chat ever. And please send me a link to your first video and your channel at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com. I will take a look at it. I'll subscribe and I'll get the word out, brother. Well done. Sounds fantastic. Thank you. And Derek Trafford with a $13.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you very much, Derek. He says, my first ever super chat going to a good cause. You guys are all doing God's work. Attack of the Clones is better than anything Disney has done. Keep up the good work, my liege. Derek, we will do so, man. Very, very honored and very grateful to receive that first super chat. And I would agree with you. Attack of the Clones is better than anything Disney Star Wars has done. 110%, brother. Thank you. Thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. All right, let's get to some good news, shall we? Let's get to something that we actually love. Let's get to a movie. And that movie is, I must confess, this is not my favorite Kathleen Turner movie. My favorite Kathleen Turner movie is Body Heat. Man, that is a great, great movie with a great soundtrack. But this one is it doesn't have like nudity and all the sordid stuff that Body Heat does. So this is a much more family-friendly, adventure, romance. It's a lot of fun. I haven't seen it in a long, long time, but I did see it many times back in the day and over time. Kathleen Turner, Michael Douglas, Danny DeVito. It's almost like a hybrid between maybe Raiders of the Lost Ark meets some kind of screwball romance movie back in the day. It's just a lot of fun. Kathleen Turner was absolutely breathtaking in this movie. Michael Douglas, the little top he wears, I remember when he was dancing, seemed a little bit light in the loafers, but we can cover that later. It was like a blouse. It was, I remember that, and it bothered me. But he looked very fresh in that. But Gary, what have you learned? Well, I'm just saying. I call it like I see it. Gary, what I've never been able. It's like, dude, put on a leather jacket or something. Come on. But go ahead and. It was bad, all right? It was bad. It was kind of like Seinfeld's puffy pirate shirt. It was. Go ahead.
Okay, Romancing the Stone, released in the greatest year of cinema of 1984, the first bona fide box office hit for the superstar director Robert Zemeckis, which gave us the son of Spartacus himself, Michael Douglas, the voice of Jessica Rabbit, Kathleen Turner, and the towering height of a hobbit's footstool, Danny DeVito. Nominated for an Academy Award, winner of 2 Golden Globes for Best Actress and Best Picture, produced on a $10 million budget and bringing in $115 million during its initial box office release. See, Disney, it's not that hard.
Wow.
In the late 1970s, a waitress by the name of Diane Thomas began writing a screenplay while on breaks from her shifts at Alice's restaurant in Malibu, California. In an amazing Cinderella story, the script was almost instantly purchased upon completion for the whopping sum of $250,000, which at the time was absolutely unheard of. It was bought by producer-actor Michael Douglas, and Douglas recalls that he received a lot of criticism for paying so much to an unknown writer for her script. Recognizing the success of the popular tongue-in-cheek adventure in the vein of Raiders of the Lost Ark, Douglas knew he had a hit on his hands before one frame was shot. He also gifted the writer a Porsche. Diane also won a Writers Guild Award for this film, her one and only screenplay.
Wow, $250,000 for the script. Maybe that explains why you couldn't afford a better shirt.
There you go.
Okay, it answers it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Douglas chose Robert Zemeckis to direct the film after seeing Used Cars. Zemeckis, with several writing credits and 2 box office duds under his belt, really needed a hit. Although his mentor Steven Spielberg had faith in the young director, Spielberg told him, "Come back when you've got a hit." Douglas knew although Used Cars did not perform so great at the box office, it had a certain energy that he wanted for Romancing the Stone. He took a chance and hired Zemeckis, which of course led him to a massive success and a huge career spanning many decades. Only the best of the best were considered for the role of Jack T. Colton. Christopher Reeve, Paul Newman, and Clint Eastwood were all in the running for the lead. Sylvester Stallone was near to signing for the movie, but dropped out to make Rhinestone with Dolly Parton instead.
Wow.
Despite the disapproval from 20th Century Fox executives, it was Douglas who cast himself in the role of Jack Colton. Aside from a starring role, The Streets of San Francisco, and a Best Picture Oscar for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Douglas was still relatively unknown. I did not know that Michael Douglas produced One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Oh, wow. No, I didn't realize
Won an
that
Academy Award for producing that film. I had no idea. So cast in the role of Joan Wilder at the insistence of the studio was the lovely and talented Deborah Winger. Robert Zemeckis and Michael Douglas met up with Winger in Texas during the production of Terms of Endearment. After a successful dinner and a bit of drinking tequila, Winger's playful banter resulted in her biting Douglas's arm, drawing his blood. Douglas absolutely refused to work with the wild and apparently hungry actress. So this paved the way for another up-and-coming starlet. Kathleen Turner, fresh off of the steamy noir thriller Body Heat, as well as Carl Reiner and Steve Martin's masterpiece The Man with Two Brains, was finally cast in the role of novelist Joan Wilder. How about that?
Wow.
Originally intended for the role of Ralph, the slimy antiques smuggler, was Bob Hoskins. However, Douglas once again stepped in and chose his former roommate, Danny DeVito, to take on the role of the pint-sized scumbag. The role of Ralph was originally smaller than the actor who played him, but DeVito developed the character and the script, which was amended to include Ralph along the adventure. The film's location of Colombia was considered, however, due to cartel wars and violent crime, it was decided that Mexico would serve just fine. Douglas was happy being in Mexico because the country's lavish landscape and beauty added great value to the production, and also because it ensured the executives would not be bothering him on the set. Torrential downpour constantly plagued the shooting locations, flooding away roads so often that Douglas had to haul in gravel and re-pour the roads on a daily basis just to get to set. Yeah. During the mudslide scene, trenches were dug for the stunt actors to slide down. Thanks to an additional panel from the storyboard artist that was not scripted, Jack Colton's face slides right between the luscious legs of Joan Wilder. Stunt woman Jeannie Epper recalls sliding down the muddy mountain 4 to 5 times a day for 2 weeks just to get that sequence right. Although she did not do her own stunts, Kathleen Turner recalls needing stitches several times during her various fight scenes. During the crocodile scene, Michael Douglas grabbed the tail of the escaping croc, only to be whipped in the face multiple times to the point of unconsciousness. In a deleted scene from the film, Joan Wilder was supposed to walk across a dozen crocodiles. Kathleen Turner was told that if they started to open their mouths, stand on top of their heads so that their mouths stay shut. To which she replied, "No fucking way." According to on-set interviews, during the arrival of several of the crocodiles on set, one of them attacked an animal trainer by clamping down on his arm and rolling him around in the water, causing the trainer to lose his hand.
Ooh.
During the waterfall scene, Jeannie Epper and the legendary stuntman Terry Leonard go over the fall while leaping off of a small car. The turbulence of the water actually prevented Terry from rising to the surface, which caused him to drown. Thankfully, he made it to the surface in time to be resuscitated by the crew. How about that?
Wow.
Terry Leonard was the guy who doubled for Harrison Ford, who went underneath the truck in Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Right, yeah.
Very, very famous stunt guy. Zach Norman, who plays Ira, received what Douglas calls an interesting education on the film, when after painstakingly rehearsing a big gunfight for the film's climax, the cameras rolled and the live action began with an intense barrage of automatic gunfire. Zach froze up in the middle of the scene and had pissed his pants, thinking he was actually going to die.
Oh,
True
shit.
story. True story. And Zach just passed away last month, or in April,
Oh,
I think.
man.
So, Robert Zemeckis' career had ended at age 23 and started up again at age 28 when with his hiring on this film. He was even slated for his next big movie, Cocoon. Because of the rumors of the production's problems while shooting in Mexico, as well as the disastrous screen test of Romancing the Stone, Fox promptly fired Zemeckis from Cocoon before it even went into production. It was after the Romancing the Stone's box office success that they offered him a return to the contract, which he quickly declined, and afterward went back to his mentor to work for Amblin on a little movie about a time-traveling DeLorean. James Horner was originally offered to score the film, however declined the job. During the search for a new composer, a young and a relatively unknown musician named Alan Silvestri was hired to compose a temporary score for the film during the edit. Zemeckis was so pleased with his work that he decided to hire Silvestri for the final score. This would launch a decades-long collaboration between the director and composer, including Back to the Future, Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
Despite Diane Thomas' success with Romancing the Stone, she died tragically just a year after the film's release in a car crash. Her boyfriend was driving the very Porsche that was given to her by producer Michael Douglas, and they hydroplaned into a utility pole. Apparently, Thomas had already been retained by Steven Spielberg and Amblin Entertainment and had contributed drafts to the scripts for Always, as well as an unproduced Indiana Jones film.
Oh, man.
How about that?
God, they should have dug that up.
Yeah, right.
Polished it up.
Let's see, my final note. The obvious reaction to the film's success was for Fox to greenlight a sequel. Zemeckis said absolutely not, and Michael Douglas as well as Kathleen Turner expressed their disapproval. Due to contractual obligations, the studio threatened the actors with a $25 million lawsuit should they decide to bail on the project. And thus, in 1985, we had The Jewel of the Nile, which matched the previous installment's box office numbers, however, was not well received. A third film, The Crimson Eagle, which was set to see the further adventures of Jack and Joan and their adventures with their children, never came to fruition.
Wow.
There you go. That's my notes on Romancing the Stone, and I totally forgot I had something to show you guys. So why don't you guys go ahead and talk about the movie real quick, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Go ahead, Robert. Why don't you tell us your take on this movie?
So I remember going to see this movie. I actually have the DVD set here, which is a good set. It's the special editions with loads of special features. I don't have it on Blu-ray yet, but I probably will get it on Blu-ray or 4K if I can find it. But I remember going to see this in the theaters as a kid and loving it. Just a lot of fun. This is just a fun adventure movie. Jack Colton is a man's man. He has so many funny, wonderful lines. The mudslide scene is one of my favorites. The bridge right after it was one of my favorites. And then also, if you look at some of the cut scenes which are on YouTube, they cut them out so they could put all the exposition in the airplane. And I thought that was perfect because the airplane scene was great where they make the fire out of the marijuana. And he's like, oh, that's what I call a fire. It's one of my favorite lines. But this movie is just a fun adventure movie. It's like an Indiana Jones movie, but not quite. It's a little bit more modern than that. I love the suspense. I love the scene where they go to the cartel guys and he's like, Joan Wilder, I read your books. And then he invites him in, and then he takes him out on his little mule, which is his four-wheeler truck, which is just awesome. And just all the fun adventures. There's a chase scene. There's nonstop action in this movie. It's a lot of fun. If you guys haven't seen it, go check this one out. It's a fun popcorn movie that you'll enjoy.
100%, man. Thank you for that. And Gary, I see you are returned.
Ooh,
Oh, nice.
Jealous.
me too.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dude.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. Look at that. Isn't that cool?
Ah,
Oh,
Wow. So what is it? Where'd you
There
get
it is. I called it.
Wow.
Wow, that's cool.
Holy
Isn't that
shit,
beautiful?
dude. So
Huh.
what are these, man?
Well, they're not. This is not a like screen used or anything, but this is the map that Joan Wilder was sent by her sister, which has the kind of mad fold-in type Goonies thing, which kind of reveals
Right.
where the stone was behind the falls, as in the movie.
So it's a reproduction, but it looks very exact.
Correct. Yeah. Well, it's really, really nice. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, it's really cool. This is one of my favorite things.
Oh,
Wow.
one last fact real quick about the movie. The name of the boat is after her character in all of her novels, the Angelina. Angelina's
All right.
Oh, you know what? Also, Robert, I forgot to put down in the notes the gal that plays Angelina in the opening of the movie. You know, when she's writing and it shows like the the movie
Yeah.
scene from the book that she's writing. That's the same gal in Ghostbusters that's hovering over Dan Aykroyd and having a little fling with him.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I did not know
same
that.
Playboy model. Yeah,
Sweet.
I can't remember her name, but she recently passed away too, which is a real bummer.
Oh man,
But
she was
what a great little
gorgeous.
gal. Oh yeah,
Gorgeous.
gal. Yeah.
Did they have her in the water or something to make her billow like that, or was it
Yes.
fans or something?
They
figured.
probably had her laying back or something like that, or yeah.
It's a pretty amazing effect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert. Tony, anything to say about this movie?
Other than the fact that I'm jealous that Gary's got an El Corazon replica, that's really, really cool. I just like the concept of this film. Like, here's this lonely, successful writer, and she's just like, I really wish I was the damsel in distress. And then she comes to regret being the damsel in distress throughout most of the film. What can be said? It's a good adventure piece. It's, the jokes land. It's good. It's funny. It's lighthearted. And I like Danny DeVito. I like every role Danny DeVito's ever been in.
Yeah.
He's really funny in
yeah.
this movie.
He's a great writer too. One of my favorite Danny DeVito projects to this day is Death to Smoochie, and I will
good
die
one.
on that hill. Yeah, this is just a solid film, and I love it. Love it.
I like when Danny DeVito's running from the car. He's like just shooting behind him.
Yeah.
He's talking to Ira on the phone. He's like, I don't know. She's with some guy. I don't know because she likes guys. Kind of like you, Marty Cohn. Click.
Yeah. And then he
Later
find him-
on, he'll recall that scene and
He's
say,
in the
"So I
world."
came out blasting."
blasted.
Fucking Danny
Excellent.
DeVito.
Excellent. Mexican Iron Man, are you there?
I think he had to
He's
step
still-
away for a minute, get him last, is what he said in the chat.
Okay, let's go ahead and get Andy. Andy, what do you think about this movie?
I love this. This was so much fun. Like Gary said, this was a fabulous year for movies. I was in high school. I was almost finished high school, and this thing came out. And it was just so much fun for like a good spring movie. And you went to say it several times because back then cable was just starting to come in the area and stuff. And then when it came on cable, it was we watched it over and over again. My favorite part of it is he's fighting the alligator with the tail, and he's trying to pull it back, and he gets the gun, and the gun doesn't work, so he starts climbing up the thing, and he finally gets to the top just when she knocks him into the thing. Like, he goes up to save the day, and she saved herself basically. But it was funny because that hadn't happened yet. Like today, that would have been intentional, and we know the reasons why. But back then, it was just so perfect and funny. It was funny because watching Michael Douglas, this really opened the door for him for all those other parts he had in Black Rain, Basic Instinct, and all that stuff. Because up until that point, he was just kind of like a TV actor and Kirk Douglas' son. But it was a lot of fun. And Kathleen Turner, I mean, she was just so enthralling, that voice of hers, and the way she could just look at the camera. She could go from sweet and innocent to did my pants just fall off in a heartbeat. She was just so pivotal of so many movies back in the 80s. And of course, I think they came out with Teresa Russell, who was like the knockoff, the low rent version of Kathleen Turner. But man, this is a lot of fun. And this is what we're really missing in a lot of movies today, is fun. And so if you haven't seen this, check it out. The sequel is okay. You can watch it, and it's good. I'm glad they never made a third one, because it's best to just kind of let it coast off into the history.
I don't know if you guys know this, but this movie does have kind of a spiritual prequel. There's this movie, I think it's a British produced film. It's called Green Ice, and it stars Ryan. What's his name? The guy? He's like, oh God, oh man, oh God. The really shitty piece of acting, but he's a really great actor.
Ryan O'Neal.
Ryan O'Neal. That's his name. Okay, so it's Ryan O'Neal, Ann Archer.
Oh wow.
The guy from Lawrence of Arabia. Not O'Toole, the other one. Omar Sharif.
Omar Sharif.
And so it's all about them. It's all about the Ryan O'Neal he ends up in Colombia, and he's looking for emeralds or something like that. And Omar Sharif is an emerald dealer or something. And he's got this high-rise building, and it's full of emeralds. So Ryan O'Neal and Anne Heche are trying to break into his building to steal these emeralds in Colombia. But there's a guy protecting the building, and the guy is the actor who plays the Colombian colonel in this movie. He's playing like the same guy.
Wow.
It's kind of interesting. I watched the movie I don't know, a couple of years ago, and I'm like, man, this is connected to Romance in the Stone. Very interesting.
Wow.
But,
Well, it may have a very dark ending sequel. SP4H in the chat points out, I guess we could consider War of the Roses the final chapter.
Yes, you could. Oh my God.
Yeah.
What a dark
Wow.
fucking film.
That was a very dark movie.
It makes sense because they're loaded, they're fucking wealthy,
Yeah.
and they hate each other.
Yeah.
And so who do they have to call to fix their marriage? Fucking DeVito. You know, like that makes sense. Oh my God, what a
So anyway, it started marriage counseling.
fucking Danny DeVito. Oh my God.
He is great. He is great on It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. My God, that's one of the funniest shows.
Taxi
Taxi is incredible.
Remember him
Leonardo.
remember him in Johnny Dangerously?
Yeah.
DA dies in beer commercial. He's like, oh, you bought me a smoking jacket, red, my favorite color. Oh, what are we drinking, malt liquor? Oh, I don't know, read the label. And then he leaves and the bull crashes through the fucking wall. It's a dated joke, but it's a funny one.
Man, no, that's
Dangerously.
great. But I highly recommend It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia if you guys have not seen it.
Oh, that show's great.
Yeah, it's hilarious. It's a funny show.
Fucking hilarious. And it never really lost its edge. It never really lost its edge. That shit is hilarious. Mike, or Andy, were you done with what you were saying?
I'm good. Yep.
Mike, anything you would like to say about this movie?
Man, this movie isn't even that long, and you get fun, dramatic, you get tension, you get action, you get romance, and I feel like I'm that old guy shaking my fist at the sky. Why can't I get good movies anymore? I mean, like this movie, when looking back on it, it's not like at the time we were like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. It was enjoyable, yeah, but it was within a sea of enjoyable movies.
Right.
I didn't see this when it came out. I saw this at the Stanford campus when I was in college because we always had movie night. So I saw it like later than when it came out. But you know, it was just sort of, I remember it being home run of the mill. Now, I mean, shit, you put this up against anything that's been out the last 8 to 10 years. This is like eclipses all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, yeah.
It came out, you know. I mean, I forgot how much I liked it. Saw it again this weekend, and it's fantastic. It goes by fast. It goes by quick. You guys in the chat, check it out. It's a fun watch, and it feels like a lighthearted, fun Raiders of the Lost Ark without some of the really dramatic twists. You know, it's just a fun, good, lighthearted movie. Is what it feels like.
Yeah.
So A+.
It's
There's
a
a
gem.
We didn't know how good we had it.
We
This
really
movie-
didn't, Doomcock. We really didn't.
Yeah, well, there's a reason this movie made 15
I mean, of
times
course,
its budget.
I
you know, in
watched
the
this,
box
and
office.
then I got caught up on the then I watched my Acolyte and my Doctor Who yesterday.
You did it
I saw this
backwards.
on Saturday, and then I saw the last episode this week of each of those shows. So yeah, it would have been better to do it as a palate cleanser. Maybe that's why I'm so angry tonight.
Yeah, well, we need your anger. It keeps you sharp, man. Keeps you sharp.
Yep.
We all need we need our pain. We need our pain. Nick, what do you think of this movie?
Now, I love this movie. I was actually going to make the same comparison that Mike did. There's a lot. It seemed like after Raiders came out, sort of similar to when Star Wars came out, all the studios are like, oh, we got to do, Star Wars type film, after Raiders. Oh, we got to do, these kind of adventure films. And, I think this movie is deserving in the comparison to Raiders. It has the same spirit. It has the same sense of humor. I love Danny DeVito's character. He reminds me of the Peter Lorre type from Taxi. If you guys ever watched Taxi back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it was a fun adventure movie. And the Kathleen Turner's character, she wasn't like one of those, damsels in distress, like, oh my God, save me. For a lot of it, they were almost like kind of on equal footing, to a certain degree. So I kind of like that aspect of it. And then Jewel of the Nile, which for me personally, I like that one better than Romancing the Stone. But that might be a hot take. I don't know. But yeah, I thought it was great. Really fun, good. Just sit back, have fun, get some popcorn, and enjoy type movie. Something we don't get enough of these days.
Yeah, my favorite part in Jewel of the Nile is when the boat blows up. That was pretty funny. That was
My
pretty
favorite
fucking
part
funny.
is when they're in the F-16 fighter jet.
Yeah.
Basically crashing through everything. Yeah, good
Yeah,
stuff,
those were the
good
days,
stuff.
man.
Yeah.
Those were the days, and we didn't know how good we had it, but at least we did have it.
Yeah.
I mean, a
Now
lot
we
of
get
people
stuff like Acolyte.
Yeah. Well, a lot of, I mean, the kids growing up these days, all they're going to have is the past. And I mean, we got to experience it in theaters, and it was an abundance of excitement and joy. And, the future was so bright, we had to wear shades. And, now look at this shit. It's a fucking wasteland. I don't know. We're fighting for future generations as well as ourselves. That's something that these scumbags don't seem to recognize either. All right. Anything else to be said about this? Otherwise, I'm going to get back to some super chats here. What do you think?
We're good.
We're good?
Super green.
All right. Let's do it.
Super chats, mofo.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get to it. Where was I? Okay, here we are. Bob Maluga with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Bob. Says only Disney makes space lesbians boring and cringe. I know it takes a special talent to do that, I mean, God knows. God knows. We've all seen plenty of porn that really had great plots and wonderful acting, and I still have a fondness for that kind of thing, but never mind. Jackson Cagle with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Jackson says, did they even watch episode 5? This is Carpet City. I don't think I think they deliberately hire people that don't know anything about Star Wars. Same thing with Star Trek, That way the asshole in charge doesn't have people arguing with them, in the writer's room. Because they're that insecure and worthless, and they could never survive scrutiny, debate, or actual talent in the room. Talent is verboten, folks. Talent is verboten. Trevin Lane with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Trevin. Says, I've heard it said that the writers and producers of these shows seem to think that Buffy the Vampire Slayer was the pinnacle of serialized TV writing. They keep trying to mash series into that mold. I never really watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I saw the movie, but I didn't really watch the show.
Well, I think most of the accolades that the show gets has to do with the fact that it was able to take a structure and be kind of, it was able to like get a formula and run it over and over and over again. Kind of like Law and Order.
Oh, yeah, right.
Law and Order is not amazing television, but what's most amazing about Law and Order is that it was able to run so long, and it's able to sort of formulaically bang out, get a rhythm to it so that it can keep running on network television, get advertising, and develop a fan base that would watch it regularly. And Buffy had a very loyal fan base, not a rabid fan base, not a meaningful, I think what kills us with Star Wars is that it's so meaningful to us, whereas Buffy was just enjoyable television.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of fans of that show.
Buffy also had some groundbreaking episodes. They had some a couple episodes where there was absolutely no dialogue in one, very little dialogue in another one. They had the singing one. They worked into the plot, which was really good. There's some really good tense moments in there. Back when Joss Whedon was probably at the top of his game as far as before it became Whedon-esque to write like that. But I always enjoyed the series.
Well, I mean, and I enjoyed Firefly very much. So,
oh yeah, Firefly's my favorite. So
it's fucking great stuff, man.
Yeah.
We should talk about that at some point. Dwight Baldwin is a new channel member. Thank you, Dwight, for becoming a channel member, brother. We really, really appreciate you. And Hamilton Berger has been a Dumentite of mine for 22 months. Channel member, thank you. Hamilton says, we'll have to catch the replay tomorrow, but thank you, DVD and the panel, for Pop Culture Breakdown. What you are doing matters, and provide some laughs, and RIP to Clobby. Thank you very much, Hamilton Berger. God bless you, buddy, and God bless Clobby. May he rest in peace. Hope he's looking down, listening, and smiling. SFX F314 Sabertooth Raptor with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says Empire at War Star Wars is a good game. 100,000,000% better than Acolyte, or rather Smurfolite. Overlord DVD, old LucasArts games are greater than Acolyte.
100%. Yeah. And I played Empire at War. It was a great game. My favorite Star Wars PC game of all time, though, is the Space Simulator TIE Fighter. Grand Admiral Thrawn's first appearance outside of the books. And it basically picks up with the Rebels escaping Hoth and goes all the way up to right before the attack on the Rebels attack on the second Death Star. Great story, great writing, man. Those 90s LucasArts games were phenomenal.
They were, man, and the thing about the TIE fighters and the space combat was that they were polygonal, so it was extremely smooth.
Yeah,
it was. And really fun to play. X-Wing was the same way too. X-Wing was great as well.
Yep.
Weird with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you. Weird says, guys, the future is VTubes and AI. Time to get an avatar, DC. Now that Star Wars and Star Trek is dead, you'll need to evolve the channel because no one cares. Well, I don't know a lot about VTubing or AI, and I'm not sure how I would get an avatar. But it sounds like an interesting idea. Perhaps at some point, someone who knows how to help me with that would guide me in the right direction. Because I don't know a whole lot about that. Still, I'm open to it. Joe Lamont with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says, great point by Gary. Everyone is so confrontational in new Star Wars, also new Star Trek and Marvel, as in real life. My observation, woke people are uncivilized. Oh, God, yeah. They're feral. They're feral little narcissists. They never grew out of the, childish stage where the world revolves around their ass, And the thing is that they can be narcissists and pretend like they care about other people, pretend that they care about gay people or people of color or women's rights. They don't give a shit. They're just grandstanding and self-aggrandizing. If they were actually looking to help, they wouldn't be alienating and dividing everyone with their hostility, their hatred, and their mendacity. It's disgusting. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah, it's all
That's
about
the
them.
biggest problem.
It's not about the group they're so-called, trying to help. It's about them.
No. And we got plenty of gay people in our community here. And they tell me all the time, these people do not represent me.
Yeah.
And if anything, they're making my life harder. Right?
Yeah, same on our channel. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're making
bad for all my
their
gay
lives
friends.
harder.
They have to deal with this shit.
Yeah.
They're embarrassed by it.
Yeah.
It's humiliating.
And the tolerance is going out the window because we're having all this shit shoved in our face by hostile people when really, the gay community, the majority of them have nothing to do with this shit. They just want to live their lives and not be discriminated against. And I'm happy not to discriminate against them, But we don't want to be discriminated against either in our entertainment or having shit rubbed in our face perpetually and insulted and, having our way of life, insulted, right?
Yeah, 100%.
It's
Purophobic assholes.
Yeah.
Heterophobes. They really are. It's true. They really are. It's really sad. Alpha Schnauzer with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Alpha says somehow Palpatine used the Force to time travel to train the first Skywalker. Kathleen Kennedy, truly a genius in her craft. I thought you were going to say in her crap, which would have been more accurate, but thank you, Alpha Schnauzer. You were laughing and being ironic and giving a toast. Thank you, Alpha Schnauzer. Actually, Jennifer Lawrence was originally Palpatine. I mean, she was.
Wow.
And she did create Star Wars. She did create Star Wars. It's true. It's true. This is what I heard. Actually, my dad used to have a huge crush on Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah. He was convinced, it was in the stars, but sadly it was not meant to be. That would be fucked up if, Jennifer Lawrence was my stepmother. Can you believe that?
Oh, it'd be,
it'd be fucked up.
I can just see Doomcock at the annual Thanksgiving dinner just staring.
Is it wrong to ask your stepmother if you can smell her Mystique costume? It's
as long as Dad says it's okay, you're good, man.
Yeah.
That's not to ask. Better to ask forgiveness later, and move very quickly. That's a standard.
It's sort of like Bill and Ted, when the dads had the hot mom, and then the second one, the other dad had the hot mom.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor dad. But he was certainly happy when I found certain photos for him. He was very happy. Yeah. Fappening anyone? Chairman Meow. He was like, oh my God. Didn't come out of the bathroom for a week. It was Chairman Meow with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Chairman Meow says, hashtag we stand with Wikipedia is trending on Twitter. Apparently the editor is getting death threats to his pets. What the fuck? Wow.
Show us the receipts.
Yeah,
we hear
how does
this
it feel,
all
asshole?
the time. We hear this all the time, but we don't ever see them call these people like literally if somebody was doing that, I'd be like, hey guys, look at what this idiot's doing. People on our side of the camp do it all the time. Hey, look at what this idiot's saying, and blast it all over social media, and then people go freaking right back at them. When it happens on the other side, they say it, but they don't ever show anything. I'm still waiting for the receipts of Kelly Marie Tran getting harassed online. I still haven't seen anything from that.
Yeah, that was a lie, dude. Remember when she did that op-ed in the New York Times, for fuck's sake? Didn't mention fans abusing her once. Instead, she talked about Hollywood discriminating against her and making her feel like a second-class citizen. It's a complete crock of shit, man. There's so many lies out there, Nick.
Yeah,
Jesus.
100%. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Just incredible lies, slanders, and bullshit. Cannibal the Dragon has been a channel member for 7 months. Says Wookiee killed himself when he read the script.
Yeah,
that's what happened. Bob Maluga is asking about the super chat. Bob, it had your name on it. He's confused. It says Bob Malugga. So it's an extra G. So it's somebody else posing as you, Bob. It's not you. So don't despair. It's a pseudo Bob. It's a pseudo Bob. Grand Potato with there you go. Grand Potato with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you. Grand Potato says May is an OSHA violation.
Yeah.
OSHA, OSHA. Thank you, Grand Potato. Ambush Bob as opposed to Bob Maluga. The wrong Bob. Boy, we're lousy with Bobs here. It's been a channel member of mine for 33 months at the Dumentite level. Thank you, Ambush Bob. Says we did see the using the Force to turn people into dust in Star Wars Force Unleashed 2 Snow trailer. Well, I haven't played it. And they weren't, this guy wasn't using the Force to turn people into dust. It was just such raw power that he was able to blast them backwards and knock them off their feet.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, yep.
Which was just ridiculous. Joe Lamont with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says Zipper Gimp sliced by Bruce Willis with samurai sword. Yeah. I mean, that's what I thought. You know, bring out Darth Gimp. Darth Gimp
Yeah.
is sleeping. Well, he needs to use the Force. Better wake him up, right? I love Tarantino. Some disagree on the panel, but I do love Tarantino. I love Pulp Fiction. I think it's a great movie. Angry Yeti TV with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angry One. Says Leslie Headland, Leslie, Lessly, she's Leslie, may have a bigger member than Darth Vader, but it's just as artificial as the man in question. Yeah, it's complete bullshit. It's going to be a twist. I think it's going to be a woman. I really do. You know,
That's what I
but
called
we'll
from the
see.
get-go. But
But,
from what
yeah,
I'm,
but I
from what
mean-
I'm hearing, rumor-wise, it's not gonna be.
Wow, they missed a chance. Really?
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be a trans male or something, or I don't know.
Well,
We'll see. Sadly, we will see, because we're gonna have to watch all this shit. It's horrible.
yeah. Well, they
Uh,
can't have a white man be good. So, and there's only one left in this entire show. So, you know,
Yeah,
connect the dots.
yeah. So it'll be, I don't know. Nobody gives a shit really, but it'll
No.
be interesting to shit on. Sig Valdison with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Sig Valdison. Says, what annoyed me in The Force Awakens was it was a dupe of A New Hope. Then the lame way that Starkiller was destroyed. That was no Death Star. Redundant systems would stop a cascading failure.
Oh.
Yeah, well, you know, I didn't even bother to see The Force Awakens in theaters. I did not go. When I saw that poster and I figured out exactly that this is just a cheap knockoff of, you know, an update of Star Wars with a female Luke and a droid with, you know, plans that are important to find it's, oh, fuck you, you know? And I said, what's that up there in the corner? And somebody said, oh, that's Starkiller Base. And I said, what's that? It said, well, it's like the Death Star, only it can destroy entire systems. And I'm like, oh, fuck me. All right, that's I skipped it. I skipped it. I haven't even seen the whole entire movie to this day, honestly. I've seen little bits of it and shit, but it's like, it's complete. You know, when they killed off Max von Sydow in the opening
Very
scene,
beginning.
I was like, oh, fuck this.
Yeah.
What?
And then Carrie Ann Moss in this one in the very first episode, in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Not
But,
the budget to keep her around, but you know they had.
Yeah.
They
budget.
didn't have the nerve to fucking kill Lando, though.
No.
They did not have
No.
the nerve to kill fucking Lando.
No, they did not. They did not. He's in a protected class of person, you know, so they
course.
couldn't do that. Crimson Phantom with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says there is a comic about a kid escaping from a harsh environment to a group of welcoming fandoms, showing why we need escapism. I have to find it again to see how many of those fandoms have been killed. I don't know what you're talking about, Crimson Phantom, but it sounds interesting. And yeah, it's important for all of us to stick together, folks. It's important for all of us to stick together. No matter what fandom we're in, we're all under attack, all of us. Kyle Johnston's been a channel member for 29 months. Thank you, Kyle. And says, Moist Critical put a video out today about how bad Acolyte is. Good. Let's get more and more words out there about it. Let's get it all out there. Dennis McCullough, who's been a Dumentite of mine for 39 months now. Thank you, Dennis. Says, hail, DC. My apologies, DC. Dave Filoni didn't create the Witches of Dathomir. They first appeared in the Star Wars book, The Courtship of Princess Leia. I've got that book. I haven't read it yet, though. Interesting. Well, he sure has fucked them up now, because according to my sources, he's the reason why the witches are in this. And presumably, of course, there's 3 different versions of this shit floating out there, you know. Three entirely different versions, 3 different stories. So, I mean, it's been a fucking disaster, folks. It's really funny. It had to have cost a lot more than what's being owned up to. But it always does. Disney lies. Ian Hamby with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Ian. Says, in fairness, All long-running adventure franchises will suffer from power creep. The new foe must one-up the old one. Nah. I mean, I understand that, but then it's bad. It's always bad, and I'll always call it out. You know, that's just the way it is. Evan Peterson with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Evan says, I've got it. The witches went to Tatooine and created Anakin.
Yeah.
Well,
they'll tie it together somehow. Wouldn't be surprised at this point. They're just making up their own canon now.
No, if the
they're
witches
dead
were on
now.
if the witches were on Tatooine, they'd be sandwiches.
Mm.
There you go. One for the corn.
It took me like 3 seconds to catch on. I was like, okay. Yeah.
That's one for the corn.
Oh, man. I love it. I love it.
You see, I got to run.
Yeah.
It's 12:30 out here, and I got to be up at 6.
Sure, buddy. You get to sleep, man. Thanks for coming here, Mike. Go ahead and plug anything you'd like.
Oh, no, just the usual Midnight's Edge and Midnight's Edge After Dark. And thanks for having me, DC. This is one of the best shows I think we've done. And this is great. And thanks for letting me vent and stuff. And, you know, you understand this Doctor Who stuff and the Star Wars stuff. And thanks so much for giving me a lot of rope for me to run in. So thank you.
Oh, you're absolutely welcome, man. Sorry it was such a long one. We just had a
No.
lot to
Hey,
cover
I'd
tonight,
stay all
man.
night. Tomorrow I just got to be up at 6. So.
Well, you go get some rest, buddy, and thanks for being here, Mike.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Later,
See you,
Mike.
Good night,
Love you,
brother.
buddy. See you
Have a
later.
good Mike.
Mexican
Mike.
man. What a great guy.
Yep.
All right, we're almost at the end of the super chats here, I think. SFX F314 Sabretooth Raptor with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, Nick, what are your thoughts on Republic Commando? They were going to do a second game, what was canceled, a separate game where he was part of Rebellion.
Yes. So Republic Commando is a Clone Wars era, basically a special forces unit where you can control the other guys in your team, like first person shooter. That game was freaking awesome. I loved it. Man, LucasArts made such great games and such great stories and great writing. Like playing those was like watching another show or playing through a movie, in a video game format. But yeah, I absolutely love Republic Commando. I wish they would have made a sequel to it. They actually, teased one of the Republic Commando troopers in, I believe, Bad Batch, season 1. But yeah, that game was great. Absolutely. And you can play it on Steam today. If anybody with a PC, you don't even have to have a powerful PC. You could literally just go on there and most any modern PC would be able to play it. But it's definitely worth playing. It's a good game.
Interesting. So there you go. Thanks, brother. We appreciate the super chat. And TLJ Screwjob with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, in the trailer for playable Zelda game, Link beats Ganon. Ganon does one final trick. As Link disappears, he saves Zelda. Not Link equals Jake Skywalker. Interesting.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll
maybe
find
they have-
out.
Maybe they have succumbed. Maybe they got defeated after all. Maybe the other company, their bosses caved or something. I mean, I think maybe that spoke to their intent. It's sad, man. We were hoping Nintendo was not going to go that way.
Yeah, Nintendo USA definitely is, because like I said, they had that whole job posting and stuff on the whole DEI stuff, but maybe they got to the Japan side, and who knows.
What a sad thing. Meliodas with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Meliodas. Says, communist China destroyed all their history, art, and culture in their cultural revolution. We are in one now. Keep on the info and culture war. Religion of postmodernism is playing jihad and losing. I agree with that 1,000%. And
That's a good point.
Wholeheartedly.
Yeah. Wholeheartedly, guys. I mean, that's what I'm saying, guys. They're tearing down our idols, our myths, our stories. The stories, they're part of how we preserve our identity. And when they're gone, it undermines our unity. It undermines our morale.
Yep.
And it takes away our common reference points, right?
And they're trying to change history, erase history. And the thing is, whether you think the history is bad or good, regardless, you should always remember it, because even if it's bad, you're gonna remember that, and so you don't make the same mistake again, in the future. It's these people are crazy, absolutely crazy,
Insane and ruthless and destructive. They're not creating anything new. They're just destroying shit.
Yep.
And speaking to that point, Miguel Farah with a 2,500 Chilean peso super chat. Thank you, Miguel. Says, I haven't been able to identify any original idea in the Acolyte. Everything is a derivative and or a ripoff, poorly copied and executed.
Yeah.
These people can't create. I wouldn't be bitching at all if they were, creating a new science fiction series about witches that pull threads and, or lesbians and everything. I mean, hey, go for it.
Listen,
it's when you're intruding on our stories. That's when I have a problem.
Yep.
I won't be surprised if they pull up Zipperhead's mask and it's like a Scooby-Doo thing. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling Jedi.
I mean, they did have the Looney Tunes exit in what was it, Book of Boba Fett, where it went down to the little circle, and I was just waiting for freaking Porky Pig to come out. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's woke, folks. Yeah, pretty much. That's what's coming. I can't do any impressions with this helmet on. It kind of ruins everything. I think I'm going to take off this fucking helmet. It's strangling.
All right. Israel Thrasher with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Israel. Says, Hail Doomcock. The rebellion strikes back on Disney. Hail to you, Israel Thrasher. We are fighting as hard as we can, my friend. Fighting as hard as we can. Conquest Epsilon with a $2 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, Dropout who? KK makes Lucas's worst shine. And Earth is flat. What is it with this Earth is flat shit everywhere? It's not, guys. I mean, take it from me. It really, really is not.
No.
Sorry. I like a good conspiracy theory like the next guy, but it's so obviously bullshit. Come on. Jason Love, who's been a channel member of mine, a Dumentite for 9 months now. Thank you, Jason. Says, who doesn't love a Jack Burton campfire? Harvey would approve. Harvey, oh yeah, Harvey. We're gonna have to have an intervention with him. He's practically changing his name to Harvey Kush Thulu. He's smoking so much of the weed these days. I swear, he really is hitting it hard. It's very disturbing. He can hardly make it through a Friday Night Frolics without getting stoned off his ass and gibbering on, incoherently. Fuck you, man. See, now he heard me. So no offense, Harvey, but we need intervention. That's all I'm saying. Grand Potato with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, my friend. He says, I've never seen Romancing the Stone, but I do like Jewel of the Nile. I must have seen Jewel of the Nile. I just don't remember it, but I definitely saw Romancing the Stone many times. Times.
You would like it. It's good.
I need to reacquaint myself with those movies because they're a lot of fun. Joe Lamont with a $2 super chat. Thanks, Joe. Says Alfonso Aruz Juan must be El Guapo's descendant.
El Guapo.
El Guapo. Would you say it is a plethora? Oh, yeah, see.
What is a plethora? Can you say it's a plethora if you don't know what a plethora is?
I'm glad we covered that one. I really am. Great movie. Christian with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, my friend. Hail, Christian. Says, Anakin, I told you it would come to this. I was right. The women are taking over. Not really. They're just putting on a good show of doing it. Thank you, Christian. Aaron Pipes, speaking of ladies taking over, Aaron Pipes with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Aaron. Says, I want to thank Gary, Andy, and Robert for cheering me up in Dallas. But that cad Mexican Iron Man was nowhere to be found.
He was busy jumping out of windows.
Yeah, he bailed right out the side of the window of the bar. So, but hey, you're welcome, Aaron. We love you, and it was great meeting you. We'll
Yeah.
see you
Yeah.
next time.
Wonderful lady.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very nice
yes.
lady.
Yes, very nice.
I heard she's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, she is.
So Aaron, God bless you, dear lady. And Michael Beacom with a $10 super chat. Thank you. Michael says another precursor to Romancing the Stone is High Risk from 1980. Great cast: James Brolin, Cleavon Little, Anthony Quinn, James Coburn, and Lindsay Wagner. 4 blue-collar workers scheme to rob a Colombian drug lord and do.
Wow,
I've
that
never
sounds
heard
cool.
of that movie. Have you heard of that, Gary?
No, I haven't heard of it. Check it out.
High Risk, 1980. Cool.
Yeah, it's not ringing a bell.
Damn. Michael Beacom found an obscure one there. Well done, sir. Jack White with 2 $5 super chats in a row. Thank you, Jack. Jack says, did you guys see the latest trailer for the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3 and U-Series recommendation Gundam Wing? I have not. I have not. I don't know anything about Metal Gear. Any of you guys play that or?
Yes. The first Metal Gear on the PS1, one of the best games I've ever played in my entire life. It was awesome. The second one was okay. I played all the way through the third one. I knew they were coming out with the remake of it, but the first one, God, I wish they would do a remake of the first one. But yeah, it was awesome game, and I think you can get it on PS4 and on Steam. The very first Metal Gear, great story, great characters, great gameplay. Absolutely love it.
Damn, dude,
It's a good game. I agree with Nick 110%. It's a great game.
shit.
Yeah.
I never played them.
Yeah. Check out Metal Gear Solid, the very first Metal Gear Solid. You can get it on PlayStation Store on PS4, and dude, like the graphics don't hold up to today's standards by any means, but man, the story and the characters in that game, like you will be hooked. Like you will not want to put the controller down.
You're saying the first one? Play the first one?
Yes.
Yeah, Metal Gear
All right.
Solid. Yep.
Yes.
I bet I have it somewhere. I bet I do. I'm going to go look it up and play it.
Yep.
Jack White also says with 2 more $5 super chats. Thank you very much, Jack. He says series recommendations: Bungo Stray Dogs, Rurouni Kenshin 2023, Yu Yu Hakusho, Bleach, Hunter x Hunter, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. And then he points out, and thank you, Jack, for this, Republic Commando is available on PS4 and Switch as well.
Oh, I didn't know you could get it on PS4.
Me either. It must be like updated graphics then or something.
It might be, or it might be just be a direct port. I'm not sure, but yeah, it's worth playing. It's got a great story, and it's like I said, it's like a special forces Clone Wars unit, and it's a very serious game. It's not kiddie like the Clone Wars or anything like that. It's fun. It's a fun playthrough.
Awesome. Derek Trafford with a $13.99 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Derek says the campaign in Star Wars Battlefront 2 2006 is a better told narrative than the Acolyte, and this cost $180 million. Have you read the Darth Plagueis novel? God bless Doomcock and his legions. Derek, I have the Darth Plagueis novel by my bedside ready to read. Someone sent it to me and it's been in the queue and I've been waiting for the right time to read it. Yeah, I've heard great things about the Darth Plagueis novel. Absolutely great stuff. Yeah.
It's good.
You read it, Andy?
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah.
Excellent.
I like the EU a lot more, that's based around the prequel trilogy a lot more than the stuff before, because I feel Lucas fleshed out the galaxy more, and so there was less liberties taken by a lot of the sci-fi writers.
Excellent.
Yeah, Coach read it. He really liked it too. I have not.
I'm gonna check it out. Holy shit, Douglas Nelson in the chat.
Hey, what's up, Doug?
A $10 super chat, but Jesus, thanks, Doug. But he says, letting you know I'm okay. There was an explosion that shook the house.
Wow.
Guess I'll get more details tomorrow. Anyway, my property is fine. The cows are fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you? Well,
Boring conversation, anyways. Bye, Douglas.
Into the garbage chute, Flyboy.
poor Douglas. Jesus Christ. And Midnight's
That's not
Edge
really
After Dark.
awesome.
Tom Connors is in the chat as well. He
Hail,
showed up
Tom.
just as we're wrapping things up, but hail to Tom. I don't know if Tom wants in. If someone can send him a link, he's certainly welcome. Although we are wrapping up, Tom. Shit, we're at 4.5 hours, dude. But it's great to see you, buddy. We're just running these last super chats here. Richard Spake with a $2 super chat. Hey, Richard, says Lando didn't die because he was protected by Colt 45.
That's right, baby.
Oh my
Right.
God. I had some of that malt liquor one time in my life. It wasn't Colt, but it was something else. And oh my God, it was so bad.
If the
I
four
don't
doesn't
know.
I will. Yeah, that was my big brother's drink in my
I
fraternity.
swear, I saw Batman '89 in the theater in a re-release, and when Billy D. Williams' name came up on the screen, I thought everybody was gonna just cheer and be like Lando, but they just went Colt 45.
Yeah. How about Colt 45? I like that line by Chris Tucker in Money Talks when he
Oh,
says
yeah.
that. How about some Colt 45?
45, I'll lick that. That's right. But Tom, if you want in though, I mean, we are wrapping up. But if somebody wants to send Tom a link just so he can pop in and say hi.
I shot it over to him.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Because he's always welcome here. Chairman Meow with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Chairman Meow. Says, how could the writers be so dumb to call a character OSHA? Because they don't know anything about the real world, let alone about Star Wars, which is why their writing is so one-dimensional. Fuck yeah, man.
No.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I mean, you name a character in Star Wars, OSHA, where they have no handrails.
that is true. That is true. And I've never seen handicapped X-wing parking berth. Never. Not once. It's ridiculous. Damn istophobes. Why I oughta. Midnight's Edge After Dark says, well, there is a third sister, Mayday, OSHA, and FEMA. So
Sounds sick, Tom.
Yeah, don't forget their cousin NATO that's supposed to show up.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, Andy. We forgot to put our Sith names up when we did the gag.
Yeah.
So I was Darth Vulva and Andy was Darth Clitoris.
Yeah, but nobody can find me.
You well. Well, we almost had it. We almost got it perfect. This is why rehearsals are good, but we can't rehearse. That Wookiee. Tony does a great Wookiee, I gotta say. Tony does an outstanding Wookiee. It's like it's eerie. It's eerie how perfect it is.
Yeah, it is. It is a good Wookiee. It's just a little too frequent.
Yeah. If only he was doing it from his mouth instead of the other end. That would be better.
Well, blame Taco Bell, man. Blame Taco Bell.
I think it was a ventriloquist. I think he was doing it through the slit in his chest, Stupid shit.
The never
I have a
healing
hand up
lightsaber
my-
wound. Oh wow!
Oh Christ. Joe Lamont with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Joe. Says next episode of Acolyte goes into how witches die, not naturally. At age 50, a la Logan's Run, they dive into a giant muffin, directed by Kevin Smith. So, it's so funny. I was just thinking about Logan's Run today. Actually, I was thinking about it today. I was thinking about going to that big dome in Las Vegas now, and how if we went in and started floating, I'd freak out. It's like, am I going to get renewed? What the fuck's going on?
Right.
I hear that thing is incredible.
Doomcock, the Eagles are starting a residency there in September.
No shit. Wow. God, that would be something to see, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
-1, unfortunately, but still.
True.
OG Shaggy Mac with a $2 Australian super chat. Thank you, OG. Says, let's make hashtag the fandom menace a thing. Yeah, man. Hashtag the fandom menace. Let's still remind them, history will never forget the name Fandom Menace. Well said, sir. And Jack White with 2 more super chats. Jack, you are awesome. A $10 super chat and a $5 super chat. Jack is our resident anime and manga expert. He knows a lot of stuff. Jack White says some space series recommendations: Eden's Zero, Star Blazers, the original series and the reboot, The Legend of the Galactic Heroes, the original series and the reboot, Gundam franchise, Eden Zero, and some series recommendations to satisfy my lord's toxic maleness: To Love Are You, Date Alive, Nisekoi, Love Hina, and Queen's Blade. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate you looking out for me here. I'm glad to have some toxic alternative entertainment to tide me in these rough times. The amazing Sean Carter, expert modeler and damn good friend, with 2 $5 super chats. Thank you, Sean. Says, didn't get a chance to say this last week. R.I.P. Clobby. But it was so great meeting Andy, Gary, and Rob at Fan Expo. You guys are great. Thank you. And Nick, it was great to meet you too. I didn't see you were still in the panel. 1,000 lashes to me.
Yeah, that was a fun weekend.
That was good.
Yeah, I can't wait for the next. I know me and Gary are going to be in Knoxville. I don't know who else. Robert, are you going to Knoxville in July?
Yeah, we're working on details on that. So
okay.
Wow.
Yeah, so we'll be in Knoxville in July, and then of course the EBN meetup in Nashville. With a whole crap ton of people are going to be at that one early October in Nashville, Tennessee. So that's going to be a fun one too.
Outstanding. Representing Xanadoom at the fan expos and conventions.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Rob, you said you had a story for me too, man. You gotta tell me once we're off the air.
Yeah,
you said you had a story for me.
Sean, we love you, buddy. It was great to
love
meet
you, man.
It
Yeah,
was really
good to
great to
awesome.
meet you. Sean Carter's a great guy.
Yeah,
Sean
he
Carter
is.
is a great guy,
Sean
man.
is awesome.
Yeah.
I hate I didn't get to hang out with them as long.
Well, that's what happens when you're hungover.
Hangovers, they tend to interfere with hanging out, etc., and so forth.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah. Kyle Johnston with 2 $5 super chats. Thank you so much, Kyle. He says, just to be fair, for new Zelda game, Link beats Ganon to save Zelda. Then a dimension takes both Ganon and Link to an unknown realm against their will. Zelda cannot wield a sword, but wields a wand that can copy things, so she can't fight herself. She uses things she can copy to fight to defend her. All right, so I mean, it doesn't exactly sound woke, because they're not making Link a piece of shit, and they're not really having her take his place as a warrior. So maybe it's okay after all. Let's hope so. All right, folks, that catches us up with our super chats. Let's go ahead and everybody plug away whatever you would like to plug. Gary, what do you say?
Well, I'm thinking about plugging Millie Gibson tonight.
Oh man, wouldn't that be great?
Oh boy, that would be. I
She
could
is so
die a happy
fucking
man.
cute. God.
Anyway, yes, thanks for being here, guys. We know that we missed you last week. We had a little trouble. We lost one of our own, but we're back. It was an extra long episode just for you guys tonight because we love you so much. And like Brother Nick said, Nick and I and Robert, and there might be a couple other folks meeting us, will be at the, what is it called again, Nick? The
I believe it's I think it's called the Knoxville
Fanboy Expo, right?
Fanboy
Expo in Knoxville. We will be there. I believe it's July 12th to the 14th, right? Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that.
July 12th through the 14th. Yep.
Yeah.
And
so if you're in the area, come say hi and hang out with us. We'd love to hang out with you guys.
Yep, Knoxville Convention Center.
Yep.
Outstanding.
Yeah. Other than that, stay angry, kids, because we'll be back next week. We promise.
We will be back, my friends. Never fear. Robert Wright, please plug away, my friend.
Well, first of all, Harvey, I've got all these kids of yours that I need babysitting money for. So, hey up, buddy.
Dude, my foot and your ass have a date. in the near future.
I actually have a YouTube channel, Rob Wright X Pop Culture, and I just put out a video about the Terminator. This Sunday at 7:00, my panel and I are going to do the top 40 hits of 1984. So please join us on Sunday night for that. And then I'll be making a video for Terminator 2 next week. So check those out on my channel, and we'll see you. Also, join us on Friday for Friday Night Frolics right here on Doomcock's channel. Doomcock sings some wonderful songs. We have a lot of fun in the chat. Harvey tells some awful jokes, and we kid him about his kids. So,
Yeah, well, we'll discuss this later.
All right. Tony Stark of Iron is also frequently on Friday Night Frolics, and he does a hell of a Wookiee. Go ahead, Tony. Plug away.
I have a little after show for those of us that don't sleep after Friday Night Frolics or are on the other side of the planet, where I just keep the party going. Occasionally have a Johnny Carson-esque interview program called The Tower After Hours. Don't know if I'm going to be doing one this Sunday because of a trip to Baton Rouge is happening that weekend, and Stone Loki was my guest for that. So I may need a pinch hitter pair of guests. I'm looking at 2 that I might ask during the after show. Other than that, I mean, yeah, I have some panel discussions. I keep the party going on Saturday morning, and I help save the universe every single night from the clutches of folks like Robert Wright, Heather L., Sig Volleson, Wes Cagle. You all know who you are. I'm right there. I'm right there.
Harvey will be free.
No, he won't.
Well, thank you very much, Stark of Iron. Please do subscribe to Stark of Iron's channel. He's a good guy. And Nick of Echo Base Network, formerly of Star Wars fame. Go ahead and plug away, Nick.
Yep. So me and Coach did start branching off, but with all this Acolyte news, you gotta hit the iron when the iron's hot, and this has been a lot of hot freaking topics surrounding this trash show. Speaking of, Coach, actually there was some breaking news happening while we were streaming here. Apparently Amandla Stenberg released a music video tonight calling out racist Star Wars fans. No lie. No lie.
Yeah, I just checked it out, and it is garbage.
This is legit. He dropped the video and did it because I was over here. But yeah, apparently that's a thing now. So that'd probably be a good video for you to hit on too, Doomcock.
Yeah, I think we need to. I think we need to all pile on that shit.
Yeah,
this is so fucking stupid. It's just such bullshit.
It is. It really is
complete bullshit, man.
Yeah, going after the fans. And the thing is, we've always said, our criticisms and stuff are with the writers, the directors, the showrunners, not with the actors and actresses themselves. Even though we might go after their characters in said show, but when the actresses or actors start pulling this kind of crap, then that's when we will go after the actors. And so that she wants to do some dumb crap like that, she can catch the backlash for it.
Yeah, we need to bring it. That's such fucking bullshit.
Yep. But we'll be streaming tomorrow night, like we do every Thursday night. We do Tuesday night Acolyte streams as well to freaking mourn the death of Star Wars. So yeah, if you guys haven't checked our channel out, come by and check us out.
100%, Nick. Thanks a lot, buddy. And Andy Masterson, the great modeler, the great action figure creator. What a guy. Love you, Andy. What do you got here at your laboratory of mayhem?
Imagine, if you will, a world transformed into 1/6 scale action figures. And soon, very soon, you're going to be seeing representations of some of your favorite panelists here. Rob Wright, Nick, and Coach will be making their debut very soon in plastic immortal formation. Well, that is until the apocalypse and everything gets nuked and melts, but they'll have it till then. Thank you for
Absolutely.
joining. Thank you for joining us here on Pop Culture Breakdown. We missed you last week. Thank you for your understanding under the circumstances. It was a rough week. Clobby is very dear to all of us.
Yep.
And we need a little time to kind of process things. But thank you for joining us tonight. Hopefully we entertained you. And we look forward to imparting you with some more suffering for the Acolyte next week.
100%. 100%. You know, we are happy to suffer for you folks. It's what we do. It's who we are.
Yeah.
A couple
don't
more.
watch your time on the show, guys. Don't watch it.
Yeah. Don't. Really, we take the hit for you guys.
Yeah.
Weird with a $2 Australian super chat says legal mindset can help with VTube. Interesting. Thank you, Weird. You know, I need to get with him again. I haven't seen him in a while. We need to get together and make another video or something.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
I was just saying, yeah, legal mindset. He's a good guy.
He really is. Yeah. He's a fantastic. And Lance with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thanks, Lance. Says love to all of you and have a great week. God bless you, Lance, and thank you very much for being here. And thank you all for being here tonight, and thanks all the wrenches for all your help. And one final thing, I just want to go ahead and say rest in peace, Clobby. We love you, man. He was
Hail Clobby.
hell of a guy, and God bless you, man. And you will be missed, and a part of you will always be with us, no matter what we're doing, brother. So God bless you, Clobby. All right, folks, from the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock and my panel of pop culture pundits bidding you all, my friends, stay angry. Good night, everybody. See you on Friday Night Frolics, and next Wednesday we'll be back. Good night, everybody.
Bye, guys.
Everybody.